Oh my Jesus.
A little bit more room. Hey, follow the football! Big man, scramble!
Action pass to him. He fires to the top. One-handed catch.
Buchanan Simons is open. Breaks the tackle. This is going to be a 70-yard touchdown. Buchanan Simons.
Over the top, and that might be the most impressive interception all day.
What a shoot.
Breaking through a tackle.
Oh no!
What a ridiculous sequence of events.
He's got Heath McDaniel Jr. inside the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Carolina.
The kick is blocked from Zuderveld. It's loose.
How? What?
Welcome to Sim Football Pregame. Along with Mike St. Green, I'm Cameron Irvine, and it is Week 5 of the Simulation Football League presented by APM Music. Mike, good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Cam. Man, I get excited every time I see that opening. I mean, it gets me fired up for some SFL action, man. It's great to be here again today.
And we are super pumped for our slate of games today. Here's what we've got going on this afternoon. Undefeated Mexico City heads to Florida to take on the rival Florida Storm, who are 2-2 and in a tie atop the Atlantic Division. London and Atlanta will join us in bonus coverage. They had a thrilling 41-39 shootout in Week 1. That is an early season rematch for us. Vancouver, LA, DC, Louisiana later on. But Mike, what do you think about our first epic block here on Next Level Sports?
Yeah, Cam, we have a 4-0 Mexico City team. They're led by the dynamic Phoenix Jones. He's second in the league in rushing, only 1 yard away from the league lead in rushing. He's first in rushing touchdowns. This guy's been the most dynamic player pretty much in the league, for the last season and a half now. Aside from Jared McChesney, he is the go-to back in this league. They're going up against a very competitive Florida team. They're coming off a disappointing loss last week against Fort Worth, where their offense struggled a little bit, and it doesn't get any better for them this week. Mexico City, they're going to trot out the lowest scoring defense in the league, so it's not going to get any better for Florida today. But we're going to see what they can pull off. And then, as you mentioned, in the second matchup, London in a rematch against Atlanta. I mean, it was an explosive game in Week 1. We saw the London quarterback Johnny Pickler set a personal record with over 500 yards passing. And Atlanta, Brian Dynasty had a great game as well, throwing a few touchdown passes in that game. So look for a lot of offense in our bonus coverage game.
We'll have all those updates for you on game breaks throughout the day. But until then, we'll send you to kickoff in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for the Storm and the Aztecs. It's the Simulation Football League, Week 5, presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. Get hyped. We'll be right back.
Next Level Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the Simulation Football League.
This is the Simulation Football League, presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. The thermostat reads 92, but it feels like 102. However, the hottest thing in Fort Lauderdale today is this Week 5 duel between the Mexico City Aztecs and the Florida Storm. Hello, everyone. I'm Tyler Falk. Only 3 unbeaten teams remain in the SFL after last week, and one of those teams are the Aztecs, led by the quarterbacking play of Matt Wilson and early season MVP frontrunner Phoenix Jones. I want to welcome in Aaron Alexander. Aaron, these Aztecs look too hot to handle.
Absolutely. Arguably the best rushing attack currently in the SFL this season. One of, if not the best defense as well for the Aztecs. Florida is going to have a real tough time today, just based on that alone.
And if it's not their offense that's being extremely powerful, their defense has made some plays too, Aaron.
Absolutely. This, like I mentioned, this defense arguably one of, if not the best in the league currently, sitting at the least allowed points per game, least first downs allowed, worst third down efficiency for opposing teams. Yeah, this Mexico City defense is nigh unstoppable in the early goings this season.
As we mentioned, Mexico City coming out 4-0 to start off the young season, as the Florida Storm coming off of maybe a stinker in their terms against Fort Worth. Not really able to do too much, and we'll get into that more and more as the game progresses. But right now, out comes the Florida Storm to kick this one away. They're going to be in silver and red helmets. Mexico City come out in white and green. And we are just about ready to get Week 5 underway. And here we go. We have kickoff in Fort Lauderdale here in Week 5. Turn's going to get started from about the 2-yard line. Angling toward the near side is Jason Bartley, and he'll be taken down at the 23-yard line. And let's introduce you to the Mexico City Aztecs offensive lineup. Matt Wilson is the quarterback, with Phoenix Jones the halfback, Ray Bentley in front of him as the fullback. Jason Bartley, Nate Ritters, Jacob McCall, and Fox Highwind are the 4 wide receivers that make up the main receiving core, and throw it to the tight end, Hall of Famer Mike Daggs is out there on the field. He's going to be over on the right side of the formation to start off with the first play of the drive, and first play is going to be a little dump-off pass to Ray Bentley, and Bentley has a nice, good pickup, and that's how you start off the day with a fantastic pitch play.
Yeah, gotta love the early call to throw it to the fullback here on first down by Mexico City. Ray Bentley on the catch there, actually close to moving up in the rushing leaderboard all time, depending on if he gets the handoff.
Only needs 24 yards to break into the 4 spot all time, and only a few extra yards to that could see him catapult up to 2nd all time today. But it's the newer running back there in Mexico City. Phoenix Jones gets the first rushing attempt of the day, and will get stopped up short by Stephen Black, the 2nd-round pick.
Yeah, Stephen Black has been arguably one of the standouts defensively, and shows his presence here early in this game.
Jones gets the call for a 2nd straight play. This time results in a little bit better progress, picks up 5 to their own 45.
Yeah, Phoenix Jones, as mentioned, arguably one of the best running backs in the league so far this season. Currently stands first in both carries and rushing touchdowns, and is 2nd in total rushing yards so far this season.
See what they do here on 3rd and medium as Wilson's back to pass. Looks for the out route on the far side. He will have it, and a first down, and they're going to cross the midfield stripe and into Florida territory.
Yeah, that's going to be Fox Highwind, the 3rd-year receiver, on the grab there. Arguably their number one. Definitely the tallest receiver for this Mexico City offense.
Empty backfield for Mexico City, looking to pass as Wilson takes a quick drop, dumps it over the middle, finds the tight end Mike Deggs, and it's back-to-back first downs as they're going to get to the Florida 37. And let's introduce you to the Storm defense. Deontay Stoneville, Alex Dominguez, and Alessandro Tamaello make up the linemen in the trenches. Stephen Black and Eric Hammer are the linebackers, with Ryan Davidson, Evan Carroll, and Adam Jones at corner. Andrew Francis and Ryan Tobin make up the safeties for the Storm defense. You set it down. It's going to be a running play for Jones on the far side. He gets out with one tackle, trying to make something happen toward the far side. He'll pick up 6, but is taken down by the safety, Ryan Tobin.
Yeah, that was some really good blocking from Mike Daggs and Ray Bentley there. Eric Hammer coming in pretty quickly to try and get that tackle on Phoenix Jones. Just isn't really able to get there in time, and Phoenix is able to pick up 6 on that play.
Some point out earlier by members of the chat is Florida going into a 3-4 defense, trying to hold up Phoenix Jones, as Jones is able to pick up 2 more yards, and it's 3rd and 1 upcoming.
Yeah, Florida's been doing pretty good job so far of containing Phoenix Jones with this 3-4 look. Definitely, at least in the early goings, a good call here from Florida.
Goal line set as it's 3rd and short. Maybe looking to go power, maybe trying to get Ray Bentley involved early. They're going to hand off for Jones instead, and Jones is going to have a nice hole up the middle. And it's another first down for Mexico City, and that's something we've seen time and time again this season, is Mexico City having effectiveness on the ground and setting up the pass rather well.
Yeah, and it's this dual threat attack from Mexico City that has been to their benefit. They get a lot going on the ground, and because of that, they're able to do a decent amount through the air as Ray Bentley gets the ball here.
His first carry of the ball game is going to result in 10 yards, so a good start for the Hall of Famer. Already now only 14 yards away from cracking into the top 4.
Yeah, and only 26 from grabbing second all-time behind, oh goodness, I believe it's not Reggie Streeter.
We were just at the convention here, Aaron. It was BDG Hollywood
It is
who
BDG
holds the number
Hollywood.
1 spot. And he's out there. He's way in front of Ray Bentley and Robert Redford and everybody else. Credit to the Hall of Famer for just being an absolute stud. And Ray Bentley's trying to get ever closer from his fullback spot. Empty backfield here on a new set of downs. Wilson looking to throw into the end zone, and it's picked up in the end zone. Going the other way. This is going to be a 100-yard pick 6. Forget about it. That's going to be Andrew Francis. 100-yard pick 6, and Florida stunned Mexico City early.
Yeah, that's Andrew Francis' second pick of the season, his first pick 6. Actually, the first pick 6 of his career, going 104 yards, and Florida strikes first in a shocking turn of events.
Just like that, Florida just turn on the gas against the unbeatens. And Florida already making amends for last week when they struggled to find their way on offense. But it's the defense who shows up first. Ethan Steed now coming on to tack on the extra point. Snap, spot kick is up, and Florida taking early 7-0 lead.
What an absolute read on that play by Andrew Francis to pick that ball off in the end zone. He was just gone after that pick. Had absolute loads of space. The only one that really had a chance to get to him was Matt Wilson. Not really able to get to him though, and Florida's got 7 on the board early on, and their offense hasn't even touched the field yet.
Now we'll see if Jason Bartley can do anything on the return. He takes it back up to the 21 where he stopped, and now the Mexico City Aztecs have to put together another solid drive, but maybe a little bit more, presence of mind there from the quarterback, from Matt Wilson, to maybe try and find the end zone instead of the hands of Andrew Francis.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate end to their first drive there with that long interception touchdown. But realistically, they should be able to pick right back up here.
And indeed, it'll be the first play from scrimmage from the new drive will go to Mike Daggs, and that's going to be an immediate first down.
Yeah, and like I said, picking up right where they left off, a nice quick slant to the Hall of Fame tight end Mike Daggs, and their second drive here in the first starts off pretty much the same as the opening.
Wilson started off under center on the first play of the drive. He'll go into the gun here on the second. Trips to his left. Fires over the middle. He finds his man. That's a good pick of about 7 yards to the wide receiver, Jacob McCall. And it's 2nd and 3.
Yeah, Jacob McCall coming over from Arizona in the offseason gets his first look of the day. Good pickup there, 7. Sets up a nice second down scenario here for Mexico City.
Weak Eye Joker's the package now for Mexico City as Wilson's back to pass. Looks near side. That's going to find Ray Bentley for a good pickup. That's going to result in a first down for the Aztecs.
Yeah, just a nice out slant there from Ray Bentley. Just enough to get the first down. Mexico City, again, second drive of the game, starting to push downfield again.
Three wideouts, 2 backs in the backfield, and Mike Daggs nowhere to be seen as Wilson's back to pass again. Fires near side. That's going to find McCall again. Another pickup of 5, and they're at the midfield.
Yeah, another good drive here for Mexico City. Matt Wilson so far in these 2 drives has been pretty clean pass-wise. Currently 7 for 8. In these first 2 drives.
And that only technical incompletion was a completion nonetheless, but it was to Andrew Francis for the pick. 9th attempt for Matt Wilson's going to be caught again. That's called in by Fox Highwind, as last week he had 5 receptions for 42 yards in the victory.
Yes. Unfortunately, goes out of bounds just short of the first. But still an opportunity for Mexico City to continue to march downfield and continue this drive here on 3rd down.
Offset eye again here for Mexico City. They'll run with Bentley up the middle. He's got a hold of the near side, and Ray Bentley is going to pick up a big gain down to the 37.
Yeah, a perfect fullback call there. By Mexico City. 3rd and 1. You give it to your fullback. He picks up the first down and more. Just a really good blocking scheme there from Mexico City to give Bentley the room to run.
Split backfield, 2 wideouts, and Daggs is off the line to the right. Wilson back to pass, looking for Daggs over the middle, into triple coverage, and Wilson is looking to have that duck knocked out of the air instead of picked up for the 2nd time.
That was a dangerous ball from Matt Wilson toward the hands of Mike Daggs. There's just too many Florida shirts in the vicinity there. Some other play that gets picked off. A lucky break here for Mexico City on 1st down.
Ryan Tobin, the free safety, creeps up to the left of the offensive side. Wilson again back to pass, looking near side. That's going to find Ray Bentley for a pickup of 4, and it makes 3rd down that much more manageable down to the 33.
Yeah, long 3rd down situation, though, for Mexico City. Definitely achievable. Definitely, not necessarily difficult to pick up here, but with the way this Florida defense has been, you got to be careful.
Empty backfield here on 3rd down. Wilson under center, looking to throw. Fires far side. That's nearly picked off. Evan Carroll in the area, and that's going to force a Cole Varner field goal try.
And that is exactly why I said you have to be careful here on 3rd and 6. Florida's defense so far has proven to be in the right place at the right time on a lot of these passes. And that one there just proves my point. Going to bring on Cole Varner to attempt a 49-yard attempt.
This one from the right hash. He was 4-4 last week with a long of 46. Snap spot. Kick is up, and it is through the uprights and good. Mexico City tack on 3, and they're only down by 4. It's 7-4. If you're new to the SFL, the Simulation Football League combines traditional sports, esports, and a role-playing game into one. Team strategies are being executed in real time by our simulations as real-life players compete on the virtual gridiron. For more information about the SFL, visit our website at www.simulationfl.net. The SFL, we put the fan in fantasy. Kicks away, and the first return of the day for Florida is going to start in their own end zone. Angling to the far side is Justice Blackwell on the return. He gets it back up to where he would have been if he had just taken a knee in the end zone. And let's take a look at the Storm offense for the first time of the ball game. Rod Cochran's the quarterback with Charlie Boletsky at halfback. Stephen Bush, EJ Minson, and Justice Blackwell make up the wide receiving core, with tight ends Varden Zarkov and Paulie Truth on either side of the offensive line. And 2 stars are on that line. Joseph Wade, the center, and Greg McDonaldson, the tackle. Florida going to start out in a gun straight look and go all slants over the middle, but good reading of the play there from KT Harrell knocks it away. And let's introduce you to the Aztecs defense. Dan Tritz, Brock Lee, and Skylar Kingsley make up the defensive line, with Ronnie Watson, Dexter Jackson, and the aforementioned KT Harrell are the linebackers. Gerard Brody, Jermaine Menefield, and Xavier Hawkins are the corners, with Ben Sharbs and Jeffrey Daggs at the safety spots. Cochran under center, offset eye behind him here on 2nd and 10. He goes back to pass for the second play in a row. Pass near side, picked up, and Mexico City is going to have a pick 6 of their own. My goodness, it isn't 100 yards, but Menefield doesn't care, and Mexico City take the lead.
The rookie corner, the 2nd round pick, with just a brilliant read to get that interception. And I believe that is going to be not only his first pick 6 of his career, but his first interception of his career. And Mexico City takes a quick lead here late in the first quarter.
He does it in an extremely record time. 5th game in, much faster than Hall of Famer Eddie Gage, who's sitting at over a couple hundred games at this point, but no interception touchdowns in his career yet. So hopefully Eddie Gage can get on the mark, just like Menefield can. And it's these defenses here, Aaron, that are showing up here early. Here, Aaron, 2 defensive touchdowns, both going to different defensive backs that have never had an interception touchdown in their careers, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these defenses have been pretty good, or if not, arguably the best of all teams this season. And two first pick 6s, one on each side here. You didn't have to burn my man Eddie Gage like that, Tyler, but we'll see if Florida's offense can recover from that miscue on their last drive.
So both quarterbacks getting off to the wrong side of the mark as Cochran goes under center. It's going to be a false start from the defensive line. This pick won't matter as it goes back, and that's Menefield on the pick for the 2nd straight play in a row, but this time it won't count, and it's a free 5 yards for Florida.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Menefield that he's going to get his 2nd pick taken away in as many plays. But a sigh of relief from the Florida sideline that flag comes out when it does.
They'll tag Kingsley, the defensive end, with the offsides penalty. And Florida breathe a sigh of relief as they're back to work here. And maybe it's the heat that's getting to these quarterbacks. We talked about it earlier, 92 degrees at kickoff, and it feels well over 100 here in Fort Lauderdale as Boletsky gets the call. And that's something we saw all too often last week, Aaron, is they were not able to get Charlie Bullet Boletsky going on the ground at all. Only 18 yards in the loss to Fort Worth.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the call of the season, realistically, except for, a couple of exceptions. He's been a lot more effective in the short yards pass game. Currently sits third among all receivers as he gets the call here and gets a first down and more.
Good spin move, makes it work. In the second play, they go to Beletsky, this time in the passing game, and it's a first down for Florida.
Yeah, and a big first down at that for Florida here. Definitely a big turn of events, or a swing in their favor after the pick six earlier on.
Now Florida go back into the gun. Cochran is alongside Charlie Beletsky in the fullback. Back to pass, has all day. Looks over the middle, wide open receiver, and he is gone! Stephen Bush with a huge touchdown for the Storm!
The first offensive touchdown of the day goes to the 8th-season veteran Stephen Bush, picking up career touchdown number 37 and giving the Storm the lead again here toward the end of the first quarter. What a ball from Ron Cochran.
Completely fooled the safeties, and he just was off the races, straight down the middle of the field, and Florida retake the lead. It's a old-fashioned seesaw battle here in Fort Lauderdale as Ethan Snead is on to attempt the extra point.
Tyler, with us in the booth, this is par for the course.
Right. Last time we were here, or last time we had Mexico City, you and me here, and we went to overtime. So maybe that's on the cards for us today as the kick is up and good, and Florida's lead is back out to 4.
And we'll see here if Mexico City can answer back with just under 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter.
It's a 4-play, 74-yard drive, and it culminated with that 61-yard touchdown reception to Stephen Bush, as Snead will get us going once more. Hartley is going to take his return at the 1-yard line. Ball's just blocking up the middle, makes a man miss at the 20, and is then taken down at the 24-yard line. And on come the Aztecs offense for their third possession of the ball game. First possession, interception. Second interception, they made the field goal, and now it's back to Mexico City trying to make something happen again here on offense.
Yeah, so far there hasn't been a single drive that hasn't ended in a touchdown, or rather points of some kind, as that's a dangerous ball that gets into the hands of Fox Highwind.
And the reliable target, the Fox, makes the reception and the first down, and that's something that I've seen, especially over the last couple of weeks, is they like to get the Fox involved in those short to medium routes for a nice, easy catch.
Yeah, and he's definitely the right guy. The tallest member of this Mexico City receiving corps at 6'4".
Handoff, Jones up the middle. He's going to get him about 2 yards before he's taken down by a couple of Florida Storm members, one of them being the defensive end, Deontay Stoneville.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why Florida has this lead. Their defense has managed to contain Fox Highwind extremely well so far this game. He's only at 23 yards at the end of the first quarter. Definitely a different look here for Mexico City.
Quick pass out to Highwind again. That's going to result in a pickup of 6 down to the 44 as he steps out of bounds.
Yeah, another short third down situation. I wouldn't be surprised if Mexico City goes into that goal line set, that pro eye, and give the ball to Ray Bentley, who's been really successful so far in his rushing attempts.
Shotgun formation here for the Aztecs, looking to convert on third down once more. Looking to pass, looks near side, has a man. That's Ray Bentley, and Bentley turns the corner and rumbles into Florida territory down to their 47.
I mean, I called that Bentley was going to get the ball. I'm a bit upset it wasn't on the ground, but here we are. A good first down here for Mexico City as they cross midfield.
10th first down conversion of this young football game as the last play of the first quarter is going to be knocked away and nearly picked off again. Oh, 3 defenders got their hands on it, but it falls innocently to the turf, and that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. Florida lead 14-10. Mexico City, when we come back, will continue their 4th drive of the ball game. You're watching the SFL presented by 8 p.m. Music on Next Level Sports. Welcome back to the Eye here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Mexico City and Florida doing battle. I'm Tyler Falk alongside Aaron Alexander. Justin Rasad and Dwayne Schindler are the statisticians today. Thank you, gentlemen. Deep ball to the far side to begin the second quarter, and it's picked up again. And it's going to be the other safety, Ryan Tobin, on the pick. And Matt Wilson is already at 2 picks of the day, and he's lucky that one didn't go back for the second pick 6 of his day.
This safety core for Florida has been on point so far today. A good deflection by Ryan Davidson there, the corner. Ryan Tobin in the right place, right time on the tip drill. And that's another interception for Florida. That's number 2, and they get another chance to try and score here.
Both these quarterbacks are Hall of Famers, and combined between the two of them, there's been 3 interceptions and 2 picks today. What's going on with these quarterbacks as Beletsky gets the call? He spins away from one and picks up a big first down, and that's a very positive sign from this Florida offense to see Charlie Beletsky getting big carries.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be the key to Florida's success in this game, is to keep their passing game going and to try and get Charlie Beletsky going on the ground. Let the bullet do his work.
And so it'll be a new set of downs here in the second play of the drive from their own 45. 2 tight ends off the left of Ron Cochran and 2 wide receivers on either side of the formation. Handoff, Beletsky, he's taken down to the backfield, and getting into the backfield in a hurry was John Von Unworth.
What a name. John Von Unworth there, just able to get a nice penetration through the hole and get Beletsky down in the backfield. Unfortunate that the third run for him goes for a loss again. Brings up a long second down here for Mexico City.
Offset single back behind Ron Cochran. He's going to try and dump it over the middle, trying to find Stephen Bush, and Bush probably had that one jarred free from the combined hit.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see the approach that Florida takes here. So long third down situation. They've been not great on third down so far this season, but hopefully we'll see that change here for Florida.
Run straight the formation on the field here for Florida as they look to get beyond the 45. Deep pass over the middle into double coverage, and it's going to fall incomplete. Gerard Brody, the corner, coming over to help out the safeties, and it's going to be a 4th down, and Florida's going to have to punt this football away.
This is the first drive of this game that has not ended in a points of any kind. So we get to see Marcus Agrippa here for the first time.
One of the very few punters that gets paid here in the SFL. A 4th season vet is going to angle his punt to the far side, and it's a booming punt from Agrippa down to the 10-yard line, and the return's going to start. It's going to be a very solid return from Jason Bartley back up to the 26 to negate that incredible punt from Agrippa, and Mexico City will retake the field. Visit the SFL League website at simulationfl.net for info on how to create a player to join our community, the league, and the teams that play in it, and a comprehensive history of the SFL. It's over 1,500 games, and it's thousands of players who have hit the virtual field. The Simulation Football League, 17 seasons strong. Shotgun set here for Mexico City on 1st down. Wilson looks near side, almost a suicide pass, but keeping both hands on the football was Jason Bartley. Fantastic grab from the wideout.
Yeah, it was a really, really good pass there by Matt Wilson, and a great catch from Jason Bartley, able to keep his hands on that ball after the hit by Ryan Tobin, and a great start to the to this drive here for Mexico City.
How can they keep up the momentum? Down by 4 here as we approach the midway point in the 2nd quarter. Wilson looks far side, finds a wide open receiver. That's Nate Ritters from Albuquerque, his rookie season. Last week, 8 receptions, 100 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, and a good opening pass for him this game. His first target goes pretty well in Mexico City, approaching actually across midfield into Florida territory now. Wilson
back in the shotgun, splitting Phoenix Jones and Ray Bentley as the linebackers show blitz. They back off into coverage, and the pass goes to Fox Highland on the near side. That's hauled in for a pickup of 3 as Evan Carroll was able to drag him down from behind.
Yeah, Fox Highland still showing his consistency here as one of the favorite targets, in fact, the favorite target of Matt Wilson so far this game.
Wilson is at 75 completion percentage, 15 of 20 on the day as the handoff goes to Phoenix Jones. There's a blocker on the far side. He breaks out another tackle and will pick up the 1st down. Very tough running from the MVP front runner.
Yeah, unfortunate for Florida that they're not able to get that stop at the line like they wanted. You know, a good job by this Florida defense, though, despite all the broken tackles, to keep Phoenix Jones contained on that run.
And maybe that's something they learned a week ago, the Florida defense, when Jason Williams burned them for 100+, and Phoenix Jones is coming in after another 100-yard-plus performance last week, 145 yards on 28 carries, and a touchdown all told for Phoenix Jones last week. Wilson's going to fire for Jones near side. He turns the corner trying to find more space, but he's taken down by Eric Hammer after only a pickup of 2.
Short pickup, but at least the catch looked good.
Exactly. A nice one-handed, frolicking catch, if you will, that was able to haul that one and keep up Matt Wilson's completion percentage. Wilson goes under center. He's back to pass again, looking over the middle, finds his man, and that's going to be the fullback out there on the pattern. Ray Bentley was playing over there in the slot and picks up a big, no, they're going to say he dropped it after the hit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he caught that ball there, Tyler. Unfortunate, because it looked really good if he did. Unfortunately, though, not able to hold on to it to then bring up a long 3rd down here for Mexico City.
Wilson back in the gun with Jones off to his left. 4 wideouts in the package. Wilson trying to evade the pressure, fires it near side. It's hauled in by Fox Highwind, but it's just a little bit too far out of bounds, and that's going to bring up 4th down, and on comes the field goal unit once more.
Yeah, Cole Varner looking to stay perfect so far this game. Had a field goal earlier from 49. This one going to be from about 40.
Looks to be a 46-yard attempt from the left hash. Snap, spot kick is on its way, and it is good, and Mexico City now only trailed by 1.
Yeah, Cole Varner, perfect so far this game. Keeping pace with Florida both offensively and defensively. Florida, though, is going to look to try and take advantage here of the opportunity that their defense has presented to them. Still holding on to that 1-point lead.
And Varner will go ahead and kick this one away to Justice Blackwell, who waits at about his 3-yard line as he'll start his return. Ball in his block to the near side, trying to make something happen at the 22, is taken down at the 24. And on come the Aztec offense to start another drive as they're looking, their defense is going to come on to try and stop Florida as they've failed to do that so far.
I was going to say, I think you mean Florida's offense there, Tyler. And you're right, definitely gonna look to improve from that last drive where they unfortunately weren't able to get very far as they were forced to punt it away.
Cochran back to pass, fires over the middle. That's hauled in, and it's going to be 1 play, 1 first down for the Storm as they'll look to continue to march down the field. Hauling that in was Jacob McCall.
What a bullet pass there. That was actually to Veridin Zarkov, the tight end. One of the 2 tight ends here for Florida on that ball from Ron Cochran.
Thank you, Aaron Veridin Zarkov. Again, on the reception. My apologies, as it's a power eye set here for Florida. Cochran back to pass, fires near side, has his man, and is going to break a couple tackles and struggle forward for the first down. That's Charlie Beletsky going down to the Florida 45.
Yeah, Gerard Brody on top of Charlotte Beletsky there, unfortunately not able to really do anything. Manages to come and assist on the tackle there. But it's going to be another big first down here for Florida as they approach Mexico City territory.
6.5 and ticking remaining here in the second quarter. Florida at their own 45, looking to cross midfield. Cochran, floater near side, hauled in. That's E.J. Minson, his first reception of the ball game, and he only had 1 week ago as he went out of that game in the first quarter with an injury, and so Florida are happy to see him back in the lineup today.
Yeah, happy to see him back in a good opening grab for him. 23-yard grab on that one. Shout out to Justin Reside and Dwayne Schindler in the stat truck for that. And another big first down here for Florida as they're pretty deep now into Mexico City territory.
Single back set, 3 wideouts in the formation for Florida. Cochran back to pass, looking over the middle, and that's going to fall incomplete in and out of the hands of Justice Blackwell as the hit. Again, both defenses are laying the lumber on each other, and it's showing that a couple of these passes are due because the linebackers are coming up and making those big hits.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Blackwell there that he's not able to hold on to that ball, looking for his first 100 yards in his career. Setting up a pretty long second down here, though, for Mexico City.
Split back formation. Cochran takes a deep drop, is going to fire to the far side. That's hauled in with some toe drag swag for a good reception by E.J. Minson, his second reception of the drive and of the ball game.
Yeah, long third down situation here, though, for Florida. Definitely want to try and convert here. As I mentioned earlier, their offense hasn't really been great on third down. 22nd in third down conversions so far this season.
On straight package, dime look here for the Aztecs. Pass over the middle, hauled in as he was able to evade the defender and waltzing into the end zone of the tight end, Barden Zarkov. Touchdown, Storm.
What a beautiful catch and run from Verdon Zarkov. Just absolutely fooled both safeties there. And Florida in a what some may see as a surprise turn of events is up 7 on arguably one of the best offenses in the SFL so far this season, and they're looking to take it up 8 here late in the second.
On comes the southpaw, Sneed again to tack on his 3rd extra point of the ball game. Snap, spot kick is up, and Florida take an 8-point lead here midway through this second quarter. And you gotta say it's a little bit of a shock to see Florida out in front, but these two teams have a history, Aaron.
Absolutely, and it's not necessarily a surprise because, there's a reason Florida was runner-up for the championship last season. This is definitely this game specifically definitely seems to be more of a return to form to the Florida of last season here against Mexico City.
Turn for Bartley. He's going to net positive as he's going to be down at the 23, and that history, Aaron, as Florida do have the advantage in this matchup history, 6 wins to 5 losses, and If one thing is to show in this matchup is that the home team has been dominant. The last 3 meetings between the two clubs have resulted in home victories too for the Aztecs, and the last one earlier this year in season 16 resulted in a Florida victory. Wilson all alone in the gun, 4 wideouts, and Mike Daggs off to the right on the line. Passes near side. That's hauled in by Fox Highwind. Good pickup of 7, taken down by Evan Carroll and company.
Yeah, and honestly, these short out routes, out slants to Fox Highwind, definitely a key, I think, to Mexico City coming back in this game.
Now we'll see the goal line set. Power running formation. They go with Jones up the middle. He's able to sneak to the line and then gets toppled over by Andrew Francis after a good pickup that results in another Aztec first down.
Yeah, and a good first down here for Mexico City. You got to give it up to Florida's defense, though. They've kept Phoenix Jones relatively contained here in the first half. Only 31 yards on 7 attempts so far for Phoenix Jones.
Play action. Wilson steps up, fires, and it's picked off for the 3rd time today, and it's Ryan Tobin's 2nd of the ball game.
Yeah, this Florida defense has been absolutely locked tight here so far this game. Pretty much all of Mexico City's points have been from field goals and 1 pick 6 from the rookie Jermaine Menafield. But this game has been all Florida so far offensively, and their defense has been a really key part of that.
Wilson throwing ducks. Last week had 84% completion percentage. Today, he's got 68% completion percentage. Cochran under pressure, rolls to his right, fires, and that's picked off. They give it right back, and here come the Aztecs as they're going to immediately go on the other side of the 50. Fantastic return there for the Aztecs. That's going to be number 44 for Mexico. That's Jeffrey Daggs in on the interception.
Yeah, that you got to give it up to Mexico City's defensive line there. Ron Cochran under pressure is forced to make a really awkward throw, and it goes directly into the hands of Jeffrey Daggs. Currently sits at number 2 all-time in interceptions behind the Hall of Famer Eddie Cage.
Maybe Christmas has come earlier this summer as both quarterbacks seem to be in a giving spirit. As Wilson will go back to pass on the first play of this drive, and it's going to be hauled in for a 5-yard reception by Jason Bartley.
Yeah, both quarterbacks so far this game, even as far as yardage goes. And it's just been back and forth defensively for both of these teams.
Two wideouts as Dags is flexed off to the left side. Linebacker shift to the right. Wilson back to throw, fires near side, and he fumbled it after completing the catch, but it falls out of bounds, and Mexico City will have a first down as we'll shoot it back for the first time today for an update from Atlanta. It's back to Cam and Mike in the studios.
Thank you, Tyler. Mike, after Tanner Hendricks had a pick for London, Atlanta answers.
Yeah, Cam, Johnny Pickle was trying to go deep to MSG right here, but Jack Napier decided, hey, let me pick this one off. He was close to getting the pick six as he crosses midfield, but Ben Callier hustling downfield with the big tackle to stop the touchdown, but BDG Hollywood took it in for a touchdown one play later.
7-3 Atlanta. It's early against London. Back to Mexico City with Tyler and Aaron.
Thanks, Cam. Thanks, Mike. I was almost hoping that went back for a pick six. Almost, because that's just been the story of the day so far in this early game window. Picks by a bunch of talented quarterbacks as the handoff goes to Phoenix Jones up the middle, picks up a couple, that's 4 yards, and it's 3rd and short.
Yeah, but Mexico City here, after the interception by Jeffrey Daggs, is in really, really good position to get this game close before halftime.
Handoff, Ray Bentley. He sneaks forward, and that run's going to result in a gain of 6. And with that, Ray Bentley moves to 4th all-time in rushing yards.
Yeah, congratulations to him. What a stiff arm here by the fullback. Breaks not 1 but 2 in order to get that, in order to bring him up to 4th on the all-time rushing leaders list. And Mexico City here threatening in the red zone.
He passes Ash Odom for that 4th spot, and the stiff arm of death, as Mike Daggs is calling it here for the fans chat, as here on Next Level Sports. That pass to Fox Highwind's going to fall in and out of the hands. Not something we see too often from the consistent receiver.
No, and just unfortunate there that ball hits the shoulder of Fox Highwind. He's not really able to get his hands on it, but big second down here, still threatening inside the 15 of Florida.
Again from the red zone, from the 14 of Florida, Wilson looking toward the end zone, finds his man to the far side. That's hauled in. That's Nate Ritters, and he stretches his arms into the end zone. Touchdown, Mexico City.
Yeah, the rookie from Albuquerque getting the call here. 14-yard touchdown for him, and Mexico City may look to go for 2 here before the 2-minute warning. Try and tie this game up.
Instead, they'll elect to play it safe and trot out Cole Varner and the field goal unit to tack on the extra point to bring him back within 1. Snap spot, and Varner's kick is up, and it is good, and it's a 21-20 ball game. And you talked about it, Aaron, is Ritters from Albuquerque, and Albuquerque in the SFL minor league has turned out some of the greatest SFL wide receiving prospects to date. We know Nate Ritters, we know Riley Quintero. The Albuquerque offensive coordinators over there have their way with their wide receivers.
Absolutely. Unfortunate, though, that Albuquerque will not make an appearance in this next season of the SFLM. They have been replaced by the Boise Mud Dogs as we hit the 2-minute warning.
After the return, we have hit the 2-minute warning as Florida maybe look to extend the lead again before we close out the first half. You're watching the SFL, presented by 8 p.m. Music on Next Level Sports. Back to Fort Lauderdale. We passed the 2-minute warning. Boletsky gets the call on the first play of the drive. Boletsky struggles out of 2 tackles before eventually being brought down at the 29-yard line. A pickup of 7. Coming up on the 8 p.m. Coming up on the 8 p.m. Music Halftime Report, Cameron Irvine and Mike St. Green break down the first half of the Aztecs and the Storm. Sit down with Director of Broadcasting, my boss, Mike Daggs, and his new involvement with drones, and provide an update on the action going on in Georgia between the Knights and the Swarm. It's all coming up on the 8 p.m. Music Halftime Report. Another handoff for Boletsky, and this one's going to result in a pickup of only 2, as there's a very strong tackle from Stephen Black, and it results in a 3rd down.
It's another ball spot that I don't really agree with from this referee corps, but Florida looking to just run the clock out here, go to halftime. I believe they get the ball back.
Check that was Ronnie Watson on the tackle as Boletsky gets the call for the 3rd time. This time in the passing department, he's going to result in a 1st down, but the clock continues to run, now approaching 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Florida is going to get probably one more playoff. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another handoff to Boletsky here, and then we'll be at halftime with Florida up by 1.
3 wideouts as Cochran's back to pass again. Looks for the dump off for Boletsky on the far side. As Boletsky's only to be able to pick up 3, and they're going to hustle back to the line.
I wouldn't hike the ball here if I were Florida.
9 seconds remaining on the ticker. Cochran pumps once, fires again over the middle. That's hauled in at the midfield logo, and it's going to be finally a timeout from Florida. I got to say here, Aaron, that was a little bit of a suspect clock management, in my opinion, as now there's only 3 seconds remaining, and they still have 2 timeouts to burn.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I definitely think they should have just taken this this to halftime with the 1-point lead. Justice Blackwell, though, does get his first catch of this game on that hurry-up play, and looks like they're going to go for a Hail Mary attempt here with 3 seconds left in the half.
50-yard Hail Mary punt, otherwise known as a QB arm punt, as Cochran loads, steps into it, and fires, and it's tipped, and it falls incomplete, and that is how the first half of action here in Fort Lauderdale comes to a close. The Storm leading by 1 going into the break, as it's 21-20. You're watching the Simulation Football League, presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. We shoot it back to Cam and Mike in the studios right after this.
Welcome to the SFL Halftime Report presented by APM Music. Along with Mike St. Green, I am Cameron Irvine. Great first half between Florida and Mexico City. Mike, we couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, Cam, we saw first half, man, with a little bit of everything. We saw a couple of pick sixes from both teams. Saw a couple of touchdown, passes from both quarterbacks. This first half has had a little bit of everything. And, as a result, we have a 21-20 game, tight ball game going into the half.
There for a little while, the defenses were scoring more than the offenses. It was a very, very eventful first half in the 12th meeting between these two in a 6-5 series history score. That's to be expected. I mean, Florida doesn't look like a team that's 2 games behind Mexico City in the standings.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Cam, Florida has a tradition of wearing the red alert helmets in a big game or a playoff game, but obviously, wearing them today against an undefeated Mexico City team let you know how seriously they're taking this contest today.
Absolutely. And another guy taking things seriously is Mike Daggs, 2021 Hall of Famer. He's the creator of hashtag throw it to the tight end. He's got a few catches here today, and he sat down to talk with us earlier this week about all that he's got going on. Take a listen. Today we have a special guest, the SFL Director of Broadcasting, a 2021 member of the Hall of Fame class, and a tight end for the undefeated Mexico City Aztecs. It's Mike Daggs. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
Absolutely. Glad to be here. Thanks.
Hey, Mike, glad you could join us. As Cam just mentioned, you just recently were a part of the Hall of Fame class of 2021, inducted a couple of weeks ago. But what I thought was interesting, got to meet your son, Jeffrey, who was also a teammate of yours in Mexico City, and basically soon to be Hall of Fame himself if he keeps up at the rate he's going. I'm pretty sure he'll be right there with you. How cool is that? How cool is it to, experience something like this, share a platform and things like that with your son and be able to experience this type of thing together?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm glad he's enjoying his time in the league, and it's we have a lot of fun watching the games together. And honestly, I think he was probably one of the bigger hits of the convention. Freaking kid, all the things he does and says to try to grab attention and grab the spotlight away from me as best as he can. But he had a blast down there, and that made the convention even more fun too, being able to bring him along this time. And I know he was looking forward to meeting a lot of the different people that he's communicated with, in the SFL. Damon Simeon in particular, he was looking forward to meet. I'm pretty sure Damon's his favorite broadcaster. Yes, that's even including me. So, whatever. That's fine. I like Damon too. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun being able to do this with him and be able to share it with him. And, it really, it adds to it.
Daggs, was getting into the Hall of Fame what you expected? I don't know how often you give speeches or if the last one you gave was introducing Matt Wilson at the 2018 Hall of Fame class, but what was that like? Having your wife there too with you and and having such a big crowd, kind of watch you get inducted.
It was great. I don't do speeches a lot. I guess the last time I've done a speech probably was, when I was introducing Matt to his induction. I do a lot of public speaking at work. So, talking in front of a crowd's not, like a new experience, but it was an experience different than, something like that, because, this was a group of people that were all there for, a common interest that, we're all part of. And, being able to, honestly, Cam, getting into the Hall of Fame was never something that I even had thought about, when I first started broadcasting. It wasn't like, I had that goal set and, I finally achieved it. It kind of came out of left field and surprised me. Like I kind of alluded to in the Hall of Fame speech, it's not, there's so many people that are in this league that have done so many different things. And, to be recognized as somebody that's, made, a significant contribution to the league at all was a big deal for me. And, it was nice to be recognized and have all those people there that, that care about the work that I do for the league. And, actually, I think there's maybe a handful that actually like the broadcasting that I do, but, the behind the scenes stuff, I think is more what they look forward to, making sure that there's broadcasters on all the games and, things like that. But, being able to share that with my wife, Kelly, and have Jeffrey there with me, to steal my spotlight. It was fun. It was a great experience. I really enjoyed it.
And and Mike, on to on the field action. Of course, Mexico City 4-0. You taking on Florida this week in a tough road matchup. Your defense is playing well. They top scoring defense in the league so far, and your point differential is only second to Queen City. And it's kind of really your first real test of the season. It's your second road game, but your first really kind of true test. How do you see this matchup this weekend with Florida?
It's like you said, it is the first real test, I think. Not to discount the other teams that we've played, but we have had 3 home games, as you mentioned, and you can never just automatically count a win against a Mighty RX coached team. I mean, it's always a tough matchup against him, and it's one that we look forward to every time that we compete against him. But I've got a lot of confidence in the team and in Ramos' game plan. Things have been going really great so far. Like you said, the defense this season has been in the top of the league. And I think that we have a very good shot against Florida, and interested to see how that plays out on the field.
Mike, you also have kind of a new hobby, a new love, and that's with your drone. And you've started a company, Dags Drone Works, and for SFL games the rest of the season and beyond, at least in Houston and Buffalo, we'll be using Dags Drone Works footage and promoting your business. But not only do you want to enhance your business, but you also want to go on some kind of SFL city tour to shoot all these cities. What's going on with Drone Works? What do you do outside the league, and what are your aspirations for it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it basically got started last year during the pandemic. That first stimulus check came in, and I've always wanted a drone. And I found this one that was a professional quality drone, and I had that extra money to use. So I thought, why not? Let's just give it a shot, see what it's like. And the more I started to use it, the better I got with it. Started putting some videos together, got some experience with Adobe Premiere, with video editing and actually producing some stuff. And I loved it. It was a lot of fun, and started looking to see if it was something that I could actually do, maybe as a side project, here and there. And that started to take off a little bit more, and I would start posting photos on Instagram, and they started gaining some traction. And everybody that would see the videos or photos that I was doing said, gosh, you should do this as a business. So I thought, well, let's give it a shot. I mean, you always hear that you should try to do what you love for a career, and Cam, obviously, that
really?
you've been kind of taking that and trying to run with it, and as everybody watching should very well know. But I kind of envious of that. Instead of going to work every single day and working for somebody else, I thought maybe I can try to get this into an opportunity to work for myself. And so I formed this company, Dags Drone Works, and the goal is to start providing aerial videography and photography services, mainly in New York State. But like you said, we got some video down in Houston, and I think it's more Kelly that wants to go on this grand tour of the entire country,
really?
going to every single city. She's like, well, so you're saying we could go all around the country and get videos? Like, well, yeah, eventually. I think Labor Day weekend, she wants to go down to Baltimore and Washington, D.C. So maybe a couple more cities will get some Dags Drone Works video on the intros this season. But it's been a lot of fun, and just kind of getting started right now. Still have a regular full-time job, but trying to slowly build this up and transition over where this can hopefully be a full-time gig going forward. So that's the goal.
And that website and Instagram, all that is?
Yeah, everything's Dags Drone Works. So the website's dagsdroneworks.com. Instagram is at Dags Drone Works. Same thing with Facebook. Even dabbling with a TikTok account, because Andy Hamilton says that's the up and coming thing. So it's I'm trying, but Instagram is that's the account that I'm trying to boost up the most right now. It's where I'm posting all the photos. I'm trying to do 3 or 4 posts a week. So if anybody wants to see some of the work that I've done there, Instagram at Dags Drone Works is the best place to go look.
Lots of exciting stuff. Hall of Famer, undefeated, a new drone company, and friends with Matt Wilson and father of Jeffrey Daggs, and you just know all the famous people around here, Mike. So we appreciate you being on with us at the halftime, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Fun interview with Mike Daggs, and of course, anytime the two Mikes get together, it confuses the heck out of me trying to communicate with you guys. But we made it happen, and we made it work. Atlanta leads London 21-10 in the second quarter. London off to a slow start, but they have settled down thanks to a Mike St. Green touchdown. What have you seen out of the first half over there, Mike?
Yeah, Cam, in the week one matchup, Johnny Pickler basically had a career game with, over 500 yards, but Atlanta's defense seemed to have made a couple of adjustments in this game. It's been pretty much all Jack Napier with a couple of interceptions, one for a pick six, and Jay Miraculous had an interception that led to a second BDG touchdown. So all of Atlanta's points have come off turnovers, and as you mentioned, London has kind of settled down a little bit. Had a big drive with a touchdown to MSG, and kind of on a move right now. So we'll see how this game, plays out the rest of the way and see if London can, settle in and make a little comeback.
When we come back, Tyler and Aaron have the second half of Florida and Mexico City. The Storm lead the Aztecs 21-20 at the break. This has been the APM Music Halftime Report, and we'll be right back. This is the SFL on Next Level Sports.
It's a hot one today in Fort Lauderdale, not just in terms of weather, but in terms of the action we've got going here in Week 5 from the Eye. It's the Mexico City Aztecs and Florida Storm. I'm Tyler Falk alongside Aaron Alexander, and the second half of football is underway as Blackwell gets his return started from about his 2-yard line, gets swamped up there at the 24 and brought down. And Aaron, 9 total interceptions combined between our game with 5 and Atlanta's game with 4 over there. All 4 quarterbacks in both games seem to be in a giving spirit.
Yeah, these defenses are eating good right now. You love to see it.
And now Florida comes back out on the field with their offense for their first possession of the second half. Cochran in the gun, splitting Charlie Boletsky and Noel Cap, the fullback. Pressure coming up the middle. Cochran can't evade the pressure, and that's the first sack of the ball game. Coming up with the sack is the defensive tackle, Dan Tritz, in his sophomore season.
Yeah, Dan Tritz getting tackle number 49 there, only one away from 50. And to your point, the first sack of the game for both of these teams, it's going to bring up a long, long second down here for Florida.
Cochran again in the gun. This time has time, looking far side, and that's going to pick up all the yards lost and then some to Justice Blackwell. Third and very manageable in comparison to that second down player.
Yeah, absolutely. A great catch there by the rookie Justice Blackwell as he hits well over 100 yards for his career now. Early goings for him. And as you mentioned, a very, very manageable third down situation here for Florida.
First two plays, Cochran is the gun. This time he lines up under center here on 3rd and 4. Quick drop, dump off over the middle is complete to Pauly Truth. The rookie from Albuquerque had nothing doing last week in the loss to Fort Worth. Picks up his first reception in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and his third this season. Pauly Truth, the second tight end there. Not super utilized just yet for this Florida offense, but gets some work in here, picks up a first down to keep this drive going for Florida.
Pressure coming for the outside. Cochran able to fire this one to the near side. That's hauled in by E.J. Minson. And this offense looks a lot more stable with him back in the lineup from a week ago. Cochran only able to throw 200 yards last week as Cochran is able to get closer to the 200-yard mark here early on in the third quarter.
Yeah, in fact, with that pass to E.J. Minson, he actually eclipses that 200-yard mark here. Definitely a change of pace here for Florida as they hand the ball off to
Boletsky on the run near side, has a hole to the 15, 10, 5, into the end zone goes Charlie, Boletsky, touchdown, Florida!
Well, talk about a change of pace. This is where you want to see Florida thrive. Their passing game's on point. The run game now with Boletsky's on point. He picks up his fourth touchdown of the season on the ground, and Florida strikes early here in the second half, bringing this back to an 8-point game here.
It was incredible downfield blocking by the fullback Noel Cap just to seal the edge and to spring Boletsky on the run near side. Florida looking to go back up by 8 after this extra point by Ethan Sneed. Snap spot kick is up and it is good, and Florida do retake that 8-point advantage. Visit the SFL website at simulationfl.net for links to apparel from Sector 6, the official apparel provider of the Simulation Football League, and SFL mini helmets from 97 Sports Promotions. Sector 6 features replica team jerseys and completely customized jackets, flags, t-shirts, and more. Get the gear the fans wear with Sector 6, 97 Sports Promotions, and the SFL.
Yeah, and on that run, 45 yards to the end zone for Charlie Boletsky, effectively doubling his total yardage so far this game as Jason Bartley brings the ball up to the 25 for Mexico City.
It was a far cry from last week. Right there, Aaron only managed to get 18 yards, now close to 70 yards rushing on the day today.
Yeah, and this is where you want to see Florida. Charlie Boletsky doing incredible things on the ground. Ron Cochran throwing the ball decently well. Of course, the 2 interceptions, the biggest blight so far today.
Phoenix Jones gets the call, has a hole. He's going to go for a while. Forget about it. Phoenix Jones is loose. And it's going to be a one-play, 75-yard rushing touchdown for the Aztecs.
And Phoenix Jones comes out of the locker room, looks at Charlie Boletsky and says, whatever you can do, I can do better. Phoenix Jones also effectively doubling his yardage and then some, actually tripling his total yardage so far this game on that run. And Mexico City strikes back incredibly quickly. And par for the course, Tyler.
And the limited fans here in attendance from Mexico City are already getting the MVP chance going as the MVP frontrunner shows what he can do. And coming out of the half, Florida going to try and tie up this football game here on a 2-point conversion. Offset eye behind Matt Wilson. He's back to pass, looking to the end zone, fires near side. It hits Ray Bentley's hands, and it falls incomplete. And Mexico City fall.
What a gutsy call from Mexico City. Ray Bentley in his hands at 3 or 4 times, and man, the heat out of Fort Lauderdale, I think, definitely affected Ray Bentley there, unable to get a good grip on the ball. Definitely have to agree with the Aztecs owner in the chat. Definitely too early to call for a 2-point conversion there, as Justice Blackwell brings it up to the 24 for the Storm.
And with some explosive plays going on in this game, there's even more explosions going over in Atlanta. We send it back to SFL headquarters at Cameron Irvine and Mike St. Green for that update.
Thanks, Tyler. Mike, what'd you see down there?
Well, Cam, I saw Johnny Pickler drop back, and I just went to the corner. And, hey, he found me, and London is sneaking their way back into this game, 21-17, late in the second quarter.
St. Green with 2 tutties. It's a 4-point game. Back to Tyler and Aaron in Florida.
And it's a good rumble from Beletsky here on the opening play of the drive, as a dump off to Beletsky goes all the way down to the 46-yard line. Thanks, Cam and Mike, for the update.
Yeah, effectively a 22-yard pass there. Mike St. Green being the ultimate multitasker in the studio and getting touchdowns out in Atlanta. A good start to this drive here for Florida, looking to try and pull ahead even further in this game after the missed 2-point conversion by the Aztecs.
Big play after big play coming your way here in Fort Lauderdale as Beletsky gets the call, and this time Dan Tritz gets to him with a backtail. It's a loss of 1, and Dan Tritz already today has 2 tackles for loss.
Yeah, Dan Tritz with that second tackle for loss eclipses 50 tackles all time in his career, his relatively short career. TFL number 24 for him. Congrats to Dan Tritz on that milestone.
Oh, and this time one of the defensive tackles jumps offside. I think that was Dan Tritz's buddy, John Von Unworth, jumping offside, and that's going to result in a free play for Florida.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna take the extra yard here with that offside call, and you are correct that it was Von Unworth being called for encroachment there. Gonna be a free 1st and 5 here for Florida.
After the free play, the Storm come trotting back out of the huddle from around the 50-yard line, 1st and 5, or excuse me, 2nd down. They decided to decline the penalty instead, and they're going to come out in an I-Joker's package. Beletsky gets the dump off far side, and this time he's unable to spin away from a Dexter Jackson outside linebacker tackle, and Mexico City now have one more down, maybe to hold Florida short here on 3rd and 2.
Yeah, I definitely kind of questioned the decision there by Florida to go ahead and decline that penalty. They've got a really manageable 3rd and 2 here.
Pass over the middle, hauled in. That's E.J. Minson. Big play from the receiver results in another 1st down for Florida, down to the Mexico City 32-yard line.
Yeah, that's a really nice grab there by E.J. Minson. Rod Cochran with all the time in the world. The entire defensive line of Mexico City was behind him from the block from that offensive line from Florida, and a big 1st down here, driving ever deeper into Mexico City territory.
2 wide receivers off to the right, 2 linebackers attached to the line on the left. Linebackers show blitz, and they will send the blitz as Beletsky stutter steps and then fights his way forward, and Von Unworth will bring him down after a pickup of 4.
Kind of question the stutter step decision there by Beletsky. I guess he didn't like what he saw in front of him. Managed to get the spin move off, though, and Florida here approaching the red zone on 2nd and 6.
Cochran might have those 2 picks, but he also has 2 touchdown passes today as he finds Blackwell on the near side, as Blackwell tried to turn the corner, but he's going to step out of bounds a yard short of the sticks. It's 3rd down.
Yeah, you love to see Florida getting the rookie wide receiver 3, Justice Blackwell, involved. He's at 32 yards so far today. Ron Cochran has eclipsed 250 passing yards as well, and another manageable third down situation. They've been almost automatic so far this game on third down.
Les gets the call on the swing pass. That's going to be a first down and more. Down to the 19-yard line, and that's going to result in another first down, and they're down into the SFL red zone.
Yeah, Florida here on that play in the red zone now sits 5 of 6 on third down. A lot better than what they've shown in the past. In the first 4 games, they currently sit at 37%. This game definitely a lot better for them.
Valetsky goes nowhere. That's going to be a big tackle behind the line, a loss of 3. That's Ben Charbs coming up from his safety spot to make the tackle behind the line.
Yeah, good blitz call there from Mexico City in order to stop Valetsky in the backfield. Try and prevent him from doing any further damage here. Long second down upcoming here for Florida.
Coverage backs off, giving the wide receivers plenty of room at the line. Only 6 men in the box as Cochran's going to go back to pass. Has time, fires short, and that's directly at Ronnie Watson, and he's lucky to have that one back.
Yeah, definitely think Cochran should have allowed that play to develop a bit more. Definitely had a lot of time, not really a lot of pressure. Long third down here for Florida, just outside the red zone. Desperately need to convert here to try and get more than just 3 on the board.
Coverage playing a little bit closer to the line as Florida come out in the gun straight package. Cochran looking toward the end zone, and it's deflected away. Fantastic coverage from Mexico, and that's going to set up a field goal try. Menafield in on the coverage.
Yeah, the rookie there, just a really, really nice coverage play on Stephen Bush. Not able to get his second interception, but forces a big 4th down here as Florida's going to have to settle for an Ethan Snead field goal.
This to bring the lead out to 5 points here in this back and forth contest. This one, a 39-yarder from the right hash.
A bit of an opening here for Mexico City after that defensive stand. Florida definitely praying that their defense can step up and make a big play for them to try and extend this lead even further. It is now 31-26 in favor of the Storm.
Kick is up and good. 31-26. Storm in the lead. As we approach the 4-minute mark here in the third quarter, visit the SFL's YouTube channel at youtube.com/SimulationFL for an archive of every game, every draft, every moment you might have missed since the Simulation Football League got its start in 2013. SFL YouTube features top 10 plays of the week, archive people behind player segments, and all the major milestones in league history. And speaking of top 10 plays of the week, the SFL just released the top 10 plays of the first 3 weeks coming off of the convention, and a lot of great highlights there.
Absolutely. Very, very happy to see a play that I called on that list, the blocked field goal in week 1 that was picked up by a lineman for a touchdown.
Wasn't that a crazy play as Mexico City goes back to the goal line set? Last time they ran it, it resulted in a 75-yard touchdown. This time, no luck as Jones is only able to pick up 1 yard, and he's got 116 rushing yards to his credit today.
Yeah, tackle made there by the man they call Big Sexy, Alex Dominguez, getting his first solo tackle on the day here for the Storm.
Wilson in the gun, Bentley and Jones to his left and right, 2 wide receivers, and Daggs attached to the line. He's going to look over the middle. He's going to find Nate Ritters, and Nate Ritters has a big reception down to the 43. First down, Aztecs.
Yeah, and if you're Florida here, you definitely want to get some better coverage on Nate Ritters. The rookie has proven himself a pretty deadly receiver here in his rookie season. Part of the reason that Mexico City is 4-0 going into this game.
Wilson goes back to the gun. Same formation, this time flipped around a little bit. Linebacker shows blitz. Wilson looking deep over the middle, and this time it's in and out of the hands of a defender. Instead of trying to find Fox Highwind, they tried to run the same exact play, try and maybe catch the defense off guard. They thought they saw something they liked. Defense was wise to it, though.
Yeah, Ryan Tobrin looking for interception number 3. The hat trick, unfortunately, in and out of his hands. The heat here in Fort Lauderdale definitely having an effect, I think, on the catching ability of these players.
Gun straight, they're going to look to pass for the 3rd straight play in a row. Wilson has a nice clean pocket, fires over the middle. This time it's caught, and it's hauled in by Fox Highwind this time, as it's going to result in a big first down, and they're into Florida territory.
Yeah, Fox Highwind definitely a key target here. Unfortunately, the coverage there for Florida not really enough to contain the big 6'4" receiver, and Mexico City deep now in Florida territory with another big first down.
Seem to really like those post routes, as that was the 3rd post route that Wilson has targeted in as many plays. As he's back to pass again, this time founds an out route near side. That's Ray Bentley, the fullback, getting the catch, and that's 8 yards. And we shoot it back to even more fireworks from Atlanta. Cam and Mike, what you got for us?
Thanks, Tyler. Mike, Atlanta off to a strong start. Start the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, Cam, Atlanta came out of the locker room. You know, they made some adjustments, made a drive downfield. And that first touchdown that wasn't off of a turnover, but BDG with the hat trick, his 3rd touchdown of the day. Atlanta goes up 28-17.
Back up 11. And back to Fort Lauderdale with Tyler Day.
Thank you, Cam. 2-2-2 teams, showing it to teams with a winning record, as Phoenix Jones gets the call on the last play, picks up the first down.
Yeah, Florida here, just on the outside of the red zone. Florida definitely needs a big stop here from their defense in order to keep the lead, and that's going to be a free play.
Bentley gets the call. He picks up 5 yards, and that's going to edge him closer to history. We'll see if they accept the penalty, which will negate the 5-yard gain, or they'll give it to Ray Bentley, and they're going to take away his yards and pick up the free first down.
Yeah, definitely the right call, I think, getting the first down just inside the red zone on a 1st and 5. And an unfortunate defensive miscue from Florida. They definitely need something big here in order to keep Mexico City out of the end zone and out of the lead of this game.
They'll go with Jones up the middle as he struggles and fights forward to the 14, picking up the first down, as Deontay Stoneville just wasn't strong enough to halt the lumbering halfback.
And this is another big first down here for Mexico City. Just inside the 15, threatening the end zone again here. They hand it off to Phoenix Jones, who gets 8 on that play.
Good pickup from the halfback. 8 yards for Phoenix Jones, and they're knocking on the door here, Aaron.
Absolutely. And if you're Florida, you definitely are focused on locking down and keeping Mexico City out of the end zone to prevent them from taking their first lead of the game here late in the 3rd quarter.
Out route, trying to find his man. That was Ritter's in on the target, but great defense from Ryan Davidson is going to bring up 3rd down.
A manageable 3rd down here. They only need 2 yards to get a new set of downs here. If your Mexico City could easily call on your Hall of Fame fullback in Ray Bentley. He's nowhere to be seen, though.
Bunch set near side. Wilson back to pass, looking near side. Wide open receiver. It's hashtag throw to the tight ends. Hall of Famer Mike Daggs, and Mexico City have their first lead of the ball.
They called him out of bounds, yeah.
No! Oh my goodness. That was close. I would throw a challenge flag. That looked into me.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. Mexico City not gonna test their luck though. Gonna go for the field goal. Florida manages, despite the wide open Mike Daggs, manages to hold here on what was, I think, a missed call by R62. No challenge flag though, and Mexico City is gonna kick it through 22 yards. Still down by 2 here.
You know you've probably got a touchdown when you fool the announcer that bad, right? You gotta throw the flag at that point, but instead they tack home 3. They're still down by 2, still looking for their first lead of the ball game, and Florida still have a 31-29 advantage as Varner gets us going once more. And Blackwell, with 1 foot in his own end zone, gets his return started, looking far side, has a nice little hole, trying to spin up the field, and is taken down at the 29-yard line. Coverage of the Simulation Football League 17th season on Next Level Sports continues on a special date and time. Next Friday, we got Friday Night Lights at 5 p.m. Eastern, and you won't want to miss it. Vice Wars 9, and we'll talk more about that when we come back. That's the end of the third quarter. Get your 4s up in chat. This is the Simulation Football League on Next Level Sports. Welcome back to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, trying to seal this one away. Only up by 2 as we begin the fourth quarter. Cochran fires far side. That's hauled in by E.J. Minson in a crunching tackle from Gerard Brody. Only lets the wide receiver pick up 7 on the first play of the quarter. And like we mentioned before we went to break, Next Level's coverage will begin instead of Saturday next week, Friday. Again, we got Vice Wars 9 kicking off to start off the weekend. Plus, we got Las Vegas and Denver. Bonus coverage will include another rivalry. Houston Hyenas welcome the Florida Storm to H-Town for their first time in 4 seasons in the 11th overall meeting between the two. It all comes your way next Friday on Next Level Sports. As Beletsky gets the call here on 2nd and short, he's going to rumble forward for the first down to the 41-yard line.
It was a very, very good run by Beletsky there. Found the opening that he needed, managed to get the first down and a little bit more as he's approaching 75 yards on the ground here.
They're going to tuck in E.J. Minson to the left side of the formation. Cochran's going to find the screen pass near side for Beletsky, and Beletsky can't get out of the way of a Dexter Jackson tackle, and it's going to result in a loss of 1.
Yeah, unfortunate that play falls behind the line of scrimmage. But if you're really any coaching staff, you have to agree with the decision Florida's making here, going more of a slow burn approach, try to run out the clock here and come away with a win over the undefeated Aztecs.
Corner route nearly picked by Brody, and it's off his leg and nearly picked up a second time by Ronnie Watson.
Yeah, a lucky break here for Florida that ball doesn't get intercepted. Unfortunately, I didn't get a good look at who the target was there. I believe that was EJ Minson on the target, and it's a long third down here for the Storm.
Need to make something happen here on this play to convert on third down. Plenty of time. Good pocket for Rod Cochran. He's got there for at least 7 seconds. He's got an incredible pocket. Fantastic play from Joseph Wade, and Greg McDonald's on the line. Deep ball is juggled and nearly caught. It falls incomplete, but what a stand from the offensive linemen. Unfortunately, their work goes for naught, and it's fourth down.
With an opening like that, run the ball, Ron. Goodness gracious, what a blocking scheme from the Florida offensive line there. Rod Cochran easily burned like 30 or 40 seconds off the clock just standing in the pocket. I think he should have run the ball personally, but it's going to be a punt from Agrippa, his second of the ball game.
And, Bartley gets bulldozed at the 27-yard line. And now we'll see Florida's defense come on the field to try and preserve the lead. But we always want to say that we thank APM Music for the soundtrack for the SFL. And APM Music is unrivaled music to bring your stories to life, inspiring every production with the world's most robust and constantly refreshed music collection, state-of-the-art technology, and world-class customer service. We mentioned APM Music is the official soundtrack of the Simulation Football League. To explore their library and to perfect tracks of your products, visit apmmusic.com as it's another pick. Matt Wilson's fourth of the day, and Florida has the ball right back and in prime real estate.
Yeah, Ryan Davidson on the interception there. Just an absolutely great read on this ball intended for Mike Daggs. And Florida, after the great punt from Agrippa to flip the field, gets really good field position on the interception deep in Mexico City territory.
This defensive backcourt for Florida has 4 picks today, 1 from Davidson, 2 from Tobin, and 1 from Francis. And of course, that one from Francis went all the way back 101 yards officially on the pick 6. Now their offense has a chance once again to try and extend the lead again. Screen pass, Boletsky near side, has blockers in front, spins away from a tackle and is eventually brought down after a pickup of 5 yards on the screen play.
Yeah, it was a really good screen pass there. Left one of the defensive linemen, I believe that was Cycler Kingsley, just left completely unguarded and behind, and Florida with a manageable second down just outside the red zone.
Let's get again on the screen pass. This time, nothing doing as Dexter Jackson gets to him right at the line of scrimmage, and it's 3rd and 5 upcoming for the Storm.
Yeah, this is a really, really big third down here for Florida. If they convert, they have a chance of extending this 2-point lead even further. Definitely want to hit the end zone here on this drive as they go power I.
Cochran can't get it away. Huge tackle, and that's Dan Tritz's second sack of the ball game, and that's going to push him out to the edge of field goal range, but I think just inside of it for Ethan Sneed.
Yeah, definitely a manageable kick here for Ethan Sneed. Gonna be a 50-yard attempt. He's already hit from 49 today. Dan Tritz getting his second sack of the game, his 16th and a half on his career.
Snap, spot kick is up, and it is just barely through. Woo! And Florida extend the lead back out to 5. That was a little closer than I thought anyone expected.
Yeah, unfortunate that Florida isn't able to get into the end zone after that great interception by Davidson, but points on the board nonetheless. And Florida looking to try and continue to contain what has been to this point in the season a very explosive Mexico City offense.
And Sneed gets us going again here in the fourth as the return from Jason Bartley is going to get him all the way down here to the 24 before he's stopped up. And Matt Wilson comes back onto the field, needs to shake off the jitters. He's thrown 4 interceptions today and needs to be more consistent if the Hall of Famer wants to lead his team to victory.
Absolutely. His those 4 interceptions definitely hurting Mexico City here. Florida, though, gonna look to hold again, potentially get pick number 5, perhaps.
Oh, and it nearly happened right there. As Ryan Tobin was in on the coverage, trying again to find Fox Highwind on the second straight play. That last time they tried to find him, of course, resulted in that pick. And now here, Aaron, you gotta wonder what's going on in the mind of Matt Wilson.
Matt Wilson is definitely rattled here. That ball, almost a hat trick of interceptions for Ryan Tobin. They're still going to go to the pass here. I definitely think they should try and get Phoenix Jones more involved, even though that would eat clock out. What a catch there,
One-handed grab by McCall, and that's going to make third down a whole lot easier. Great catch from the man who just signed from Arizona.
Yeah, definitely a very, very key third down here, though. Mexico, of course, does not have a punter on contract. So definitely going to look to try and convert here, and they do on that pass to Nate Ritters.
Wilson finds Ritters, big pickup, good first down conversion for the Aztecs. They are 6 of 9 today on third down.
Yeah, and pretty even on third down conversions between both of these teams. Mexico City coming into this, the best third down conversion percentage in the league. Florida, third to last. Florida definitely on the upswing, though, as they look to try and contain this Mexico City passing offense.
All slants pattern over the middle as Wilson's able to find his man in the short pass. That's Jason Bartley on the reception, and that's something I think we need to see a little bit more of from the Aztecs. Nice, consistent short passes to get their offense going. Now 2nd and 2 from their 44-yard line. Wilson back in the gun. Bartley and Jones to his left and right. Back to pass. Loads and fires over the middle. It's caught, but it's fumbled, and it's another turnover. Florida jump on it, but we might get a challenge flag. I don't know if Ritters had enough of a football move. No, that might be just enough, and it's another turnover for the Storm.
That is undags-like. Mexico City is going to challenge it. I definitely think he had enough possession of the ball, though, that this is going to stand. And that's an unfortunate turn of events for the Mexico City offense as they cough up the ball again. That's going to be their 5th turnover of the game if this play holds.
And what a hit by Andrew Francis just to knock that ball free. Even if it goes as an incomplete pass instead, that would just save a huge play from being converted. And again, it's not going to be overturned. The call stands, a fumble. 5th turnover on the day for the Aztecs.
Dags in the chat here on FTF, believing that this is his first ever fumble, and Florida catches a big break on the rare mistake from the Hall of Fame tight end.
Now Florida again have another opportunity after another Aztec mistake to put more points up on the board as Cochran finds Minson for a good pickup of 6. Coverage of the Simulation Football League 17th season on For the Fans continues next Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern when the Houston Hyenas battle the unbeaten Queen City Corsairs. Action continues when Portland clashes with Denver, 2 teams hoping to climb above 500. Bonus coverage includes Las Vegas at Baltimore and St. Louis at Jacksonville. All comes your way next week on For the Fans. As Boletsky gets the call, and he's going to reach midfield and pick up another first down for the Storm.
Yeah, and if you're Florida, you're just going to let the clock run, right? You're not really in any hurry to try and score here. Yes, it would put this game even further out of the hands of Mexico City, but I definitely think the right call here by Florida is just letting the play clock go as deep as possible. Try and take as much time off of the rest of this game as you can, especially since Mexico City lost that timeout on the challenge.
Offset single back for Ron Cochran in the Storm. He's back to pass, pressure coming. Able to fire it to a diving receiver. That's hauled in, and the Storm are in business. Stephen Bush with the big catch.
Yeah, what a effort there by Stephen Bush to stretch out for that ball, keep this drive alive for Florida. Just a handful of yards away from the red zone, as we're below 5 minutes left to go here in the fourth quarter.
Split backfield for the Storm. Cochran takes a deep 7-step drop, fires over the middle, and it's caught! A huge jumping catch, and they're down to the 1.
Ferdinand freaking Zarkov. What a catch. What a ball from Ron Cochran. Some pressure coming from Kingsley after a slightly missed block by Charlie Boletsky. And Mexico City is in deep danger of this game going even further out of their grasp.
They are reeling, certainly down to their 1. Need a huge goal line stand as the Storm go to the power I. Handoff. Boletsky has plenty of blockers and is just going to tiptoe his way into the end zone. The Storm have a huge lead and looking to put this one on ice.
Yeah, the extra point here by Ethan Sneed would put this at a 12-point swing for Florida Storm. Charlie Boletsky getting his second touchdown on the ground. And I don't think anybody coming into this game expected this upswing in offensive pressure from the Storm.
And it's an up and good. The field goal is going to put Florida up to 41-29. And it's been these points off of turnovers. That's 10 points off of turnovers just in this fourth quarter alone here, Aaron.
Yeah, and honestly, that's been the story of this entire game for Florida. It's been pick sixes, it's been touchdowns off of turnovers, it's been field goals off of turnovers. Florida's efficiency in scoring off of these mistakes by Mexico City this game is probably the biggest reason that they have such a point gap on Mexico City here late in the fourth quarter.
Solid return from Bartley, goes to 24. Mexico City need an answer, and we'll find out what they have up their sleeve when we come back. This is the Simulation Football League, presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. Welcome back to the Eye here in Fort Lauderdale, Mexico City. Need to make something happen in a hurry. Down by a couple scores. Pass over the middle, tipped, and it's picked off again. Matt Wilson's 5th interception of the ball game, the 6th overall turnover for this Aztecs offense, and it's the 3rd turnover in this 4th quarter alone.
And Ryan Tobin finally gets his hat trick of interceptions after another crazy tip drill. And realistically, especially with where this ball is just outside of the red zone, this is basically ball game if you're Florida. Mexico City's definitely going to have some time, but if Florida reaches pay dirt here, I think it's just going to be too far out of reach.
I-form Jokers on for the Florida Storm. Handoff, Beletsky gets to 2 yards, and he's at the 21, brought down from behind by Dan Tritz.
Yeah, Tritz has been kind of the bane of Beletsky so far this game, keeping him relatively in check despite the 45-yard touchdown run earlier this game. And honestly, Florida's probably just going to continue to give him or the fullback the ball here. Try and run this clock out.
They will go with Beletsky. Far side has blockers down the field. He strips out a 1, and just like that, the downward spiral for the Mexico City Aztecs continues as it's Beletsky getting a hat trick of rushing touchdowns.
A hat trick of rushing touchdowns, over 100 yards on the ground now, and Florida again converts a touchdown on a Mexico City mistake.
17 points off of turnovers in the 4th quarter alone. This has been a clinic from the Storm as Beletsky and company are showing the unbeaten Aztecs how to do business as they're going to look to put a crooked number in the Aztecs loss column. Snap spot and Sneed's kick is up and good, and the Storm take an incredible lead that coming into this game, it's shocking. It's just shocking to see the Aztecs down by this many points.
Absolutely. A note from Optimus Klein in the chat, who is correct. This is the most points between either of these teams that have been scored in this now 12-game rivalry between the Aztecs and the Storm.
Hartley gets the return up to the 24, 3rd straight return that gets to that shock mark, and on come the Aztecs offense again. 3 straight drives have resulted in turnovers, and that's why we see this huge margin between the two clubs. They need to get points. They cannot afford any turnovers if they want to have a chance of getting back in this football game. Wilson in the gun, 3 wideouts, 2 to his left, 1 to his right. He's back to pass. Looks for the check down to Phoenix Jones on the far side. That one's hauled in, gain of 5, and they're going to get on their horse and get into the hurry up to try and make something happen late in this game.
Yeah, and Phoenix Jones, Florida's managed to keep him relatively in check. He does have 133 yards on the ground, but most of that came in that long 75-yard touchdown run at the beginning of the half.
Play action pass to Nate Ritters there on the far side is going to result in incomplete pass as he was just out of bounds when he made the catch, and big 3rd down upcoming now for the Aztecs.
Yeah, absolutely. Realistically, if they don't pick this 3rd down up, you have to go for it. Especially this late in the game, you're down a timeout. You got to go for it.
Deep pass, far side, tipped up in the air, nearly picked off for a 2nd time by Ryan Davidson, and mercifully, it falls incomplete. Well, I think with this late in the game, if you're going to try and be aggressive, trying to make this a ball game, you're going to see the offense come back out on the field, even though you're in your own territory at your own 29-yard line, and indeed they will. Shotgun formation for Matt Wilson. 4 wide outs, 3 to his left, 1 to his right. Coverage backs off on the far side. Wilson back to pass into coverage. It's somehow hauled in for first down yardage to Jacob McCall, and they're going to hustle back to the line.
Can't believe he caught that ball.
Back to pass again is Wilson. Pressure coming for the outside. He just does get it away. That's hauled in by Fox Highwind, and he runs out of bounds to stop the clock with 2:27 left to go.
Yeah, and I mean, Mexico City's starting to drive down the field. Unfortunately, I think it's too little too late, especially with the deficit that they're at now, but they are at midfield, so there's definitely a chance for them to at least try and shorten this gap. Maybe kick a onside if they manage points here.
They would need a lot of things to go their way, down by 3 touchdowns here late in this ball game. Wilson back to pass again, out route to the near side. That's caught by Fox Highwind. That's caught, gain of 5, and we shoot it back to Cam and Mike, who have a game update from Atlanta. Cam.
Thank you, Tyler. Mike, London not out of it yet.
Yeah, Cam, it's been an uphill battle for London all day long. Johnny Pickler struggling with the interception ball. But here, Brandon Ewing with a big pick right here to save the day, maybe. And London cashed this in with a Johnny Pickler touchdown pass to Ben Callia. London down by 1 score.
7-point game. We'll have bonus coverage of that game coming up after Florida, Mexico City.
Over 10 turnovers combined between these two games, as now a good pass resulted in a first down for the Aztecs as they look to try and make something happen. 2:07 left on the game clock. Deep pass over the middle, deflected and nearly picked off again, but it falls incomplete after the deflection there, Jimmy Mengavir.
Yeah, that another really dangerous ball for Mexico City. They are going to get one last chance at a snap before the 2-minute warning here. They do still have 2 timeouts left. We will see if Mexico City can put more points on the board or if this game ends in Florida's favor.
Deep pass, far side. That was read perfectly from the Storm defense, as that's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning in this one. Mexico City trying to make a game a bit late. Florida hold a commanding lead here late in the ball game. This is the Simulation Football League, presented by 8 p.m. Music on Next Level Sports. Coming up on the post-game update, we'll send you to bonus coverage of Luna Atlanta, where the Northrops, Colin and Rick have the call, and then back to SFL Studios, where Cameron Irvine and Mike St. Green will break down this game between the Mexico City Aztecs and the Florida Storm, and preview the remaining slate of games today, including the second game of our Next Level Sports doubleheader, Vancouver at Los Angeles. It's coming up on the post-game update.
Yeah, Mexico City here. Gonna go for it on 4th and 10. Just under 2 minutes to go here.
They're 1 of 1 on the drive so far. Wilson looking underneath, has his man, but he's well short of the sticks, and that's going to be a turnover on downs. And if we were to rope that into the turnovers today here, Aaron, that's the 7th turnover of the ball game for these Aztecs. This is a shocking performance, to say the least.
Absolutely, definitely. Unlike what we've seen so far this season from Mexico City, Florida going to not only survive against the Aztecs, again, one of the better offenses and defenses so far this season, but win this game in pretty dominating fashion after an incredible 4th quarter by both the Storm offense and defense.
And we're going to see the depth come into play as the handoff goes to Stanley Nordelius from the backup quarterback Mike Hatt, as Florida are just looking to salt this one away here late on in the football game. So Florida will go to 7-5 in the matchup history. Will go above 500 to 3-2. As that carry from Nordelius is going to result in maybe a loss of 1. Good tackle from KT Harrell. Timeout again from the Aztecs. Stop the clock with 1:45 left to go. And a couple of special shout-outs and thanks. Aaron Alexander, you've been a fantastic help alongside up here with me in the booth. Special shout-out to our statisticians today, Dwayne Schindler and Justin Reside. And huge shout-out to Justin Reside. His first game of a quadruple header. He's going to pick up 4 games on stats today. Huge shout out to you, my friend. Well done. You both are much appreciated. And of course, our producer and SFL commissioner, Cameron Irvine, doing a fantastic job as always, helping us produce and doing everything he does for the SFL, alongside Mike St. Green back at SFL headquarters, providing updates and halftime reports and post-game updates, pre-game shows. It's been an absolute stellar performance this entire season from the entire crew. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your continued hard work this season.
Appreciate it, Tyler. I got a flight to Baltimore immediately after this to call the game against Las Vegas tomorrow.
We got to shoot Justin over to Los Angeles quickly. He's got to make a cross-country trip to go and help out Damon Simeon and Eddie Gage over there in the stats truck over in that football game. So Justin, maybe you should go over and catch your teleportation flight right now. I'd say I think we're just going to see maybe a couple of deep passes here from Mexico City to try and close out this football game. Maybe a touchdown to maybe make the game a little bit more closer. But again, this is going to be pretty much just by the book, as they would call it, Aaron. A lot of passing attempts here from the Aztecs, and we'll have to see what they can do. Nearly picked off. Backups on defense are in, and that would have been extremely shocking from the Hall of Fame quarterback to throw to a backup defensive back for an interception. Jones in on the coverage, and it's 2nd down.
Yeah, that definitely would leave the best taste in your mouth if you're Mexico City. And I definitely think that you're right. This is just going to be all passing plays. We may end up seeing a punt on 4th down just to end it, but Fox Highland's wide open down the field, and he's going to be brought down by Ryan Tobin to save what could have been a long touchdown pass here late in the 4th.
Tobin's still in the game, even though he's surrounded by players he's not usually playing alongside on the second team, as it's going to be a free play for the Aztecs as Wilson is brought down from behind, but the clock will stop as this is going to be a free 5 yards, free 1st down, and the Aztecs will have another shot here late on in this football game.
Yeah, and that was the backup defensive end, Pierre Leon, on that call with the penalty there. Free 1st and 5 now for Mexico City. they still have a chance to score at least. Like this hasn't been necessarily a bad game. The turnover is definitely something you want to try and put deep within the recesses of your mind if you're Mexico City. But all in all, not necessarily a bad showing by the Aztecs here against the Storm.
Mike Daggs in on the reception, able to keep both hands in the football this time around, and it's a first down, and he'll stop the clock after falling out of bounds.
Didn't step too far out of bounds this time, unlike that almost touchdown earlier on. Matt Wilson, well over 350 yards. Unfortunately, not enough to beat a return to form for the Storm.
Season low completion percentage at sitting around 63%, as that pass is going to be caught right there at the 6-yard line, and they're going to go ahead and spike the ball to stop the clock with 50 ticks remaining on the clock, as now it's 2nd and goal for the Aztecs.
Yeah, and definitely makeable to get into the end zone here, get this game a little closer on the scoreboard. But Mexico's going to fall off of the undefeated list after this game. Only 2 teams are going to remain after this game, that being Queen City and the Baltimore Vultures.
Pass underneath. That's hauled in by Jason Bartley. 1 yard shy. Good defensive stand. And they're going to hustle back to the line. Still on this gun straight package. Wilson back to throw. All slant pattern into coverage, and it's incomplete.
I suspect that they're going to go for it here because this late in the game, it doesn't really matter.
Got nothing left to lose, right?
Yeah. I could see, goal line I form, hand off to either Phoenix Jones, Ray Bentley, try to punch it through, maybe a wheel route to either of them. Or we're not going to see the fullback at all, but we do see Phoenix Jones here in single back.
4 wideouts. They're going to look to throw here on 4th and goal. Pass over the middle, deflected, incomplete. And the defense holds another turnover on downs and back-to-back drives. IB lurking in on the coverage, and Florida will take over at their own 1-yard line.
What a name. IB lurking on that one there. Pass intended for the fullback, Ray Bentley, who actually was on the field. I am apparently blind. And Florida, Mexico could still score. There is a safety chance here, but more than likely they're going to probably give the ball off to the backup running back here and to call it a day.
And that's going to result in a good pickup, and that should just be that. The Storm are going to look to go ahead. They'll move to 3-2 on the young season as we approach the halfway point. The Aztecs will have their first loss of the season against their heated rivals, the Storm. And with that, that's just about gonna be that. Game over. The undefeated streak ends for the Aztecs as Florida gets the victory here, 48-29. And we're gonna shoot you over to Atlanta with Colin and Rick that have the call. But from everyone here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, I've been Tyler Falk. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night over to the Northrops in Atlanta.
Getting any audio.
All the viewers who saw the Florida Storm defeat the Mexico City Aztecs, the rematch between these two teams, the Atlanta Swarm and the London Knights, has lived up to the hype as the Swarm are now in control by 10, but London trying to make it a little bit closer from a scoreboard perspective.
That's right. Atlanta just put a field goal on the board before this possession by London, which made it a 2-score game. London was in position to potentially tie the game, but could not get over.
Pickler spikes the ball with 43 seconds left. I'm Colin Northup. He's Rick Northup.
Good afternoon.
Our statisticians are Mark Chisholm and Chris Porter. Cameron Irvine, our executive producer.
Spinning the dials and twisting the knobs back at SFL headquarters.
Johnny Pickler, 36 of 49, 311 yards, 3 touchdowns, but unfortunately for him, 5 interceptions. For Bryant Dynasty, the passing struggles continue in terms of the interceptions. He's thrown 3 more after throwing 5 last week. Here's the throw underneath, complete to Sharon Storm. It'll be 3rd and 3.
Yeah, this game started out with London going right down the field on the first possession and putting points on the board. Then after that, Atlanta scored 21 unanswered, and Atlanta hasn't looked back. London has kind of kept pace, but hasn't been able to tie the game or reverse the score.
Yeah, including 4 interceptions by Jack Napier, one of which was returned for a touchdown. One of which set Atlanta up on the 2. BDG Hollywood scored 3 rushing touchdowns today. Merrill unable to get out of bounds there. Not necessarily the best play.
Yeah, despite the score, for those of you just joining us, it's really been an interesting defensive contest. As Colin noted, a lot of interceptions.
The throw down the middle. Quanish Shine knocked it away. 3rd and 9.
And a dumpster load of knockdown passes and pass breakups. I think both defenses were on their game, had done pretty well in their preparation.
9 pass breakups for London as a team, 5 for Atlanta. Shine there with the deflection.
You say 9? 9 and 5?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's 14 plus 5 interceptions is 19 plus another one. So 20 either pass breakups or picks. Illustrating the point. Sorry.
3rd and 9, Atlanta with 3 sacks on Pickler today after he's of 3 all this year. Here's a throw down to the end zone. Knocked away out of the back of the end zone by Diggs.
Oh, they're going to get one more shot at it, Colin.
And the thing is, Johnny got it off pretty clean.
He did. Threw it a little deep, actually. You really want that to come down right around the goal line, maybe a yard deep, so there can be some tips and tip drills going on behind where the arc of the ball is landing.
Can he get it off a second time? He can. There's a flag down on the play as this pass is out of the back of the end zone, incomplete.
So the play can't end on a defensive penalty. So let's see.
The call. We got an ineligible man downfield. On one of the offensive linemen, the game is over. 34-24. London win.
London?
Or Atlanta wins.
Did you watch a different game than I did? 34-24. Atlanta. Congratulations, Atlanta. Here's your stats comparison. And you can look at the total yards for London. Clearly.
They had more, but it was the interceptions that
kept turning the ball over. Yes.
This was the first big play. Right out of the gates, the very first play from scrimmage, Ryan Roosevelt all the way down to the London 33.
So is Jack Napier your player of the game?
Well, he certainly has to be one considered.
You know, how often is as a defensive player the player of the game? I don't know. Sort of a question for the cognoscenti among us. Fancy term for Cam, who knows everything. But yeah, could be. I want to thank Mark Chisholm and Chris Porter for handling the stats, helping Colin out, making me look better than I am. And Ashley Jackson, thank you. Thanks for the kind comments for us in the chat.
And Brian Dynasty as well. Thank you, good sir. Man, he was 16 of 30 for 174. Threw 3 interceptions, had an average yards per attempt of 5.8.
Of course, the entire team is looking forward to the victory. Brian Dynasty Airfoot in the locker room.
Of course, he's famous for that.
Saw it in person at the convention a couple weeks ago in Houston.
This was the gutsiest play of the game. Blue Chisholm wide open behind the rest of the defense after they've come out of the 2-minute warning. Play it again. Drum roll, please, is BDG Hollywood.
Okay.
He gets
3 touchdowns. Hard to argue with that. Although
77 total yards.
I would have picked Napier. I think he had a bigger effect on the game.
As thanks for all of us in the chat, for Chris Porter, Mark Chisholm, myself, Colin Northrup, and my partner Rick Northrup, Cameron Irvine. Have a good night, everyone. Good rest of your day.
What am I doing? Oh, I have a 4-minute break standing by. Oh, and I can hear myself on the air. Oh.
Welcome to Sim Football Postgame with Mike St. Green. I'm Cameron Irvine. Florida dominates Mexico City late 48-29. Atlanta holds on against London 34-24. Mike, your quick thoughts on those games before we get ready for our next block.
Yeah, great second half performance from Florida. They got Boletsky going in the second half. He had 3 touchdowns. One was a huge touchdown run to get things jump started for those guys in the second half. Ended up with 99 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a huge credit to that defense coming away with 5 turnovers in this game, including a pick 6. So yeah, that Florida defense and the entire team really stepped up to get a big victory for them to go above 500 over there in the Atlantic Division.
Florida Vancouver and Los Angeles come your way next. DC and Louisiana will now kick off at about 5:25 Eastern. But this is a big game. LA, coaching shakeup last week, gets the victory, and they're now 3-1 atop Vancouver in the Pacific Division. Vancouver does not like that, especially with how great their season has started.
Yeah, Vancouver, they're coming, both teams 3-1, but Vancouver coming off of a heartbreaking double overtime loss last weekend to Las Vegas. And as you mentioned, Los Angeles had a coaching shakeup, but they've won 3 in a row. But they did come through in that game against Houston last week, 27 points, matching the season high. So, with the coaching takeover from Liam Hammer, we'll see what he has in store for this Los Angeles offense today against that prolific offense of Vancouver. Can they keep up and score with these guys for entirety of a game? We'll see here in a little bit.
DC trying to avoid a 3-game slide. They take on Louisiana, who's trying to win their 2nd in a row. We've got more SFL action coming your way next. This has been Sim Football Postgame. And kickoff from Los Angeles comes your way next with Damon Simi and Eddie Gage. You're watching the Simulation Football League on Next Level Sports. Yeah. Which one, Alan? Oh, awesome. Yeah, thank you. It's been a little bit since we did a game together, Alan. Is that right?
Next Level Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the Simulation Football League.
Today's matchup involved 2 3-1 teams here in Week 5. These teams are looking to lock it up for the 6th time ever in SFL history. going way back to when LA were the Chicago Wildcats. The Los Angeles Lycans are hosting the Vancouver Legion and are looking to make history in this SFL matchup. The Legion are coming off that upsetting loss to the Las Vegas Fury last week. They're expecting to bounce back tonight as the Lycans versus the Lycans, as both teams are looking to conquer one another in this SFL battle. The Legion won the last matchup between the two, 31-13, and the Legion are the fan favorite in this game according to the SFL Nation Who You Got polls. Both teams comes into today's competition at 3-1, and one of these teams will be moving on to 4-1 while the other will drop in the standings to 3-2. Here in the SFL, as the season continues to heat up and catch fire. Hi everybody, Damon Simmons alongside my partner Eddie Gage, and welcome to the City of Angels. Eddie, I have one thing to say. Robert Redford, the entire city of Vancouver is counting on Robert Redford to explode as he did last week, rushing for over 170 yards. Tonight on stats, we have Greg the Cuban Missile, Soto, and Justin Reside. We're in Los Angeles, California at Full Moon Coliseum as the Lycans take on the Vancouver Legion. When you can run it, throw it, and catch it, you're official SFL champion contenders. Eddie, what's your takes on today's game?
SFL Nation, look to your brothers and sisters to the left and right of you and say it along with me. What up, though? Damon, it is a privilege to once again call a game with you. It was a blessing to do so at the convention. It's a blessing to do so now. 2 3-1 teams. One team, the victor's going to walk away as a division leader. It's an important ball game. And despite the who you got standings and the way it's all falling, these teams are actually just 3-2 against one another, with each team winning the home game. LA is at home looking to continue that trend. Let's go.
Here's the return guy here for the Legion. And he's going to be tackled and brought down at the 23-yard line. And on the return was number 33. I don't have him. I'm sorry, that is Dean Maddox. Sorry about that. The offense here for the Vancouver Legion coming in: Tom Pepper, the quarterback; Robert Redford, halfback. The receivers are Brett Killian, Kendra Hall, Chris Curtis, the free agent coming in, and tight ends are James Walters, Dan Daly, and your offensive linemen are Michael Prococo and Mike Newtons. Here's Pepper on a step back and dumps it off to Robert Redford, as we just spoke of, and he picks up the first down, the first one for the game.
Vancouver comes out and trips to the right. LA tries to counter it they had a lot of secondary personnel over there. There's no help to the left side. He just waits for the clear out, dumps it off to his tailback, who picks up an easy 10 yards, a 2-yard pass, and a 10-yard completion.
Defense for the Lycans. Defensive ends are Brogan Sparrow, James Richards, Murr Rivers, Danny Stinson, Buddy Blaze is the offense. The linebackers. Get to the cornerbacks in just a minute here. Here's Redford again on the second reception of the game, and he picks up another first down.
This team is explosive. Last season, they averaged 30 points a game. And just when you thought that was impressive enough, this season they're averaging 35 points a game.
Mike Scott and Thomasino Roman and James Roman Jr. are the corners. The secondary, Rochelle Colston, Jack Hacksaw, and Ryan Yosef. Here's a two-step drop here by Pepper. Dumps it off to the fullback this time. He's going to pick up 7 on that reception. Pepper is 3 for 3 on the drive, and that was to the tight end, James Walters.
It's almost unfair to play against this team. There are just weapons all over the field. They dump it off twice to Robert Redford, and just we think I had enough of that. Now you're going to dump it off to our tight end, and we haven't even thrown a ball deep yet.
Here's a handoff here to Robert Redford up the middle of the field. Nothing doing. Getting tackled right at the line of scrimmage. And looks like there was 74 Rivers on the tackle for the Lycans.
That's impressive because Robert Redford came into this game amongst the league leaders in yards per carry at almost 6.
3rd and 3 here for the Legion at the Lycans 40-yard line. Exactly. 7-step drop here by Pepper. Out route down to the bottom of the field. That pass is complete. And it's to Kendra Hall.
Kendra Hall coming into this game. That pickup was for about 8 yards, but she's averaging about 24 yards per reception, tops in the SFL.
As you have noted, Eddie, that Vancouver loves to throw the ball to Redford in the flats, and he comes into this matchup here today, number 7 in the SFL in receptions with 36. I think that's for running backs, if I'm not mistaken. Here's I-Week Joke is here, and here's a handoff to Redford up the middle. Redford's going to pick up 4 yards on the second carry.
Vancouver already in scoring position just inside the 30-yard line, and this game just tipped off a moment ago, it seems like.
We got twins here for the Legion, 2nd and 6. Handoff here, sweeping left here for Redford. Redford tries a spin move, get tackled right at the 22-yard line, but picks up the first down, Eddie.
Best it outside, and anytime you can get this guy out in open space, I mean, as a defensive coordinator, you're just praying that someone can get over there and get their hands on him, get him down to the ground, because he is electric.
And Eddie, as you stated in the opening, it is a blessing for us to be here calling these football games together, and it is just amazing how the SFL works, man, and I am honored to be broadcasting this game here with you. I think this is our 3rd one of the season, and a lot of people has stated that you and I are an outstanding duo. Here's play action pass here to Redford. Big Pepper on it as a touchdown to Kendra Hall inside of the red zone of the Lycans, and the Legion strikes first.
Yeah, you can see that play developing as soon as they said hike, because once they did, the corners both were playing outside the numbers. The safety had no help. Easy pitch and catch, touchdown, Vancouver.
Kendra Hall had an outstanding rookie season last year, and this year she's putting up great numbers as well. She come into today's game 528 yards and 6 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns. That would be her 5th touchdown of the season right there. Outstanding pass by Tom Pepper, man. This dude is lighting it up. This season with 12 touchdowns. Make that his 13th.
I love his nickname too, Captain Canada. In my opinion, it's the best nickname in the entire SFL. He has an entire country on his back.
Absolutely. The extra point attempt, Eddie, is good. Vancouver jumps up 7-0 here in the first quarter. Actually, their first possession. I mean, Eddie, how hard is it to score on your first possession? It's not really easy if you ask me. I think it's really hard to score on that first possession because you're getting the juices flowing, you know?
I agree with you, but at the same time, the defense is trying to get a feel for what you're doing as well. So it's kind of goes back and forth, in my opinion.
There's a return there by the Lycans.
Great starting field position, too.
Absolutely. I'm just going to say that right at the 35-yard line, and on that return is 87 for the Lycans. Non-contract player, Travis Warner Jr. And the offense for the Los Angeles Lakers, we have Sully Richards, the quarterback. Robert Johnson is the halfback. Tommy Roman is the fullback. Davius Reed, Chris Lee are the wide receivers, and your tight ends are Elise Pryor and Jack Flash. 4 wide receivers set. They come out in a gun straight. 3-2 diamonds, the defense. Sully Richards pumps the ball, and there's a nice dot down the middle to his wide receiver. Looks like one of the non-contract guys, that's Barrett there, makes that a reception catch.
And Damon, I just got a tip from the headquarters down there in Atlanta who just defeated London. There are some special social media posting they got about to come out. They were not happy with that post that came from London yesterday.
That was something else to see. And there's a handoff here to Robert Johnson, and Johnson is, he's hit hard, but he bounces off the defender to pick up the first down and more. Now at the 39-yard line of LA. Nice run there by Robert Johnson, Eddie.
If there was a never give up award to be given out to any SFL player, it would go to Robert Johnson. He just bounced off the defender and kept chugging along for a couple more yards.
We'll get to the defense of the Legion here in just a minute. 3 wide receivers set here for Johnson. Richardson in the pocket. Dumps it off to the tight end. He does not pick up the first down. It becomes 2nd and inches, and that is to wide receiver Chris Lee.
Wide receiver Chris Lee coming into this game as the only wide receiver to catch a touchdown.
Defensive lineup here for the Vancouver Legion. Achilles Papatonis is the defensive end. Mike Coverson as well. Defensive tackle Jared Judicessi, Josh Farnsey, and Kevin Brackett are the linebackers. We'll get to the secondary here in just a moment. Here's a handoff here to the fullback. That's Johnson. Richardson. Lord have mercy, that is Johnson on the carry. Richardson gave him the ball. Kyle Murray, Ashley Rose Finch, Dean Maddox are the corners. The secondary remaining free safeties are a major key. Marcus Lopez and Drew Hamilton is the strong safety. Looks like here is a bar formation, two-step drop here by Richardson. Richardson does jump it off, and they're going to pick up the first down there, and that is to Robert Johnson.
Smart quarterback play there by Sully. He sees that the cornerbacks are playing off, despite it being 3rd and short. Just pitches it out to his tailback for an easy first down.
Nothing wrong with that, Eddie. And I do agree with you. That was an outstanding read there. If the corners are backing off, why not dump it off to the halfback in the flats? He's the least covered guy on offense. 1st and 10 here for LA. They're moving the ball on this first drive. Here's a handoff here to Johnson. Johnson cuts it back to the middle, runs a guy over, down to the 29 of Vancouver. 2nd and 2 coming up.
You know, vision is one thing you cannot teach a running back. You either have it or you don't. That play was designed to go outside the left tackle. There was nothing going there. He cut up field and picked up a nice chunk of yards. 2nd and 2.
LA is looking really good on this first drive, as last week they did not by throwing a pick on the first drive. Here's Johnson. They get Johnson more involved this week in the run game. Took a load off last week versus Houston, only coming up with 55 yards in that competition, and he's looking to get things rolling this week.
Tommy Rahman just blew up the outside linebacker and made it an easy pickup of a first down.
I formation. Looks like load here. There's a handoff here to Johnson down to the bottom of the field. Gets a block. Picks up 4 yards on that carry.
His own offensive lineman kind of got in the way, but at the last moment decided to throw a block and got him the room he needed to pick up 5 yards.
It was a nice run there by Johnson to pick up that 4-yard gain there. There's a look at Ashley Rose Finch. They come out this is like the same formation, same play to the opposite side of the field. There's daylight to the top. Oh man, he's not going to give him the first down, Eddie. I think R62 shortened him.
He may have, but Drew Hamilton just saved the touchdown, because had he not made that tackle, he'd have been dancing in the end zone right about now.
You're absolutely correct, my friend. And if Johnson stays to the outside instead of trying to cut it back inside, he may be walking in. Same formation, Eddie.
I load.
Same play. They give it back to Johnson, and he does pick up the first down.
Yeah, that time his left guard was a little bit slow getting over there. He got kind of caught up behind his center. He was unable to provide the block he needed to spring him.
Los Angeles Lakers are wearing the blue hat, white mask, yellow with blue stripes, jersey and pants. Vancouver black lids, white jerseys, and black pants. Hand off here to Johnson up the middle. Johnson picks up 5 yards.
Tommy Rahman, he has 17 catches, I believe, week 1. But he is showing his versatility here today. He just blew up the linebacker again.
Yeah, Tommy Rahman leads the Lycans in receptions.
Unheard of for a fullback.
With 24 on the season.
17 of them came in week 1.
There's a weak eye formation. Going to hand it off here to Johnson. Once again, Johnson comes up a yard short of the first down to Vancouver's 4-yard line.
That time, Tommy Rahman decided to go over there and help out his wide receiver his tight end on the block that time. This guy is putting in some work over here.
And Eddie, that's the benefit of having a fullback. Somebody who can open up lanes for your halfback, help out the tight ends and blocking scheme. There's another handoff here to Johnson. Johnson's going to get hit in the backfield, loses 3 yards on that play. And you got to give credit to the defensive end, Mike Coverson, with that the tackle for loss.
Indeed, and this time I was giving Tommy too much credit, because that time he whiffed on the block, which is why he was able to get back there and make that tackle in the backfield.
Reminds me of the movie The Program, when the coach made the running back change, taking out the bigger power running back and moving him to fullback, and then Omar Epps playing Darnell Jefferson's character. Here's a kick, field goal here, 24 yards, good here for the Lycans, and that is Rob Eames. Met him at the convention, Eddie. What a outstanding individual. As you stated last week, that was it the week before? He's like, This guy is big in reference to his height. You would have never known a kicker to be that tall.
That's the first thing I said to him. I said, wait a minute, you're a kicker?
But man, he's a real cool dude, man. It was outstanding to get. It was a pleasure to meet him at the convention. Here's the return here for Vancouver, and there's a spin move, nothing doing, tackle and brought down at the 23. But according to my story, I was saying, in the movie, the coach makes the change, moves the bigger halfback to fullback.
LL Cool J.
No, in the program.
Oh, the program, gotcha.
And gives my Omar Epps character, which is Darnell Jefferson, the starting halfback position. And then in the last game of the season, the fullback missed a block, and the coach told him, "You bet not ever miss a block again." And he come up with a key block at the end of the game. 3 wide receivers set here for Tom Pepper and the Legion. Robert Redford in the backfield. There's an out route to the top of the field, and that pass is going to be completed. I want to say that is Brett Killian, his first reception tonight.
Yeah, these corners for LA on that first down right there, they were about 12 yards off the ball. I throw an out route too.
The Lycans offense only come away with 3 points on the last drive, Eddie. Let's talk about it. Vancouver did score in their first possession. We'll get to it right after this play here. Defense regarding these two teams, how they have been this season. Here's a 7-step drop by Tom Pepper. Man, it is Curtis wide open. No, it's not Curtis, it's Dan Daly. Wide open, crosses Hollywood Boulevard. My goodness, what a strike down the middle of the field for Dan Daly and Tom Pepper on that connection.
Well, we can just forget about talking about these offenses you just stated. As Dan Daly said, I don't get paid by the hour. I'm not trying to go to overtime this week as we did last week. He wants to get a lead and keep it. 50XZ deep outs, and he's the sole receiver over the middle of the field. No one is covering him. And once he caught it, he was determined not to get caught. Touchdown, Vancouver.
74 yards, Eddie Gage. And that's
quick
what
striking offense.
Let's talk about the defense. I'll let you start with it.
Well, let's just say that both of the defense of Vancouver is not the greatest, but they're being carried by their offense thus far. You know, keeping them in games. And LA, as we talked about earlier, pregame, they have some coaching changes on both sides of the ball, so they're still trying to find their way. They recently rehired Sully Richardson to take over the defense, and he's trying to get the playbook cleaned out, get things his way. So it may take them a week or two, but I expect them to pick up right where they left off. They got them where they were, getting a playoff berth in their inaugural season.
And myself, I'm expecting an air raid type of game because both of these defenses give up over 330 yards passing a game. That is not great for your defense, but as you stated, that Vancouver is led by their offense. Although they do give up a lot of yards on the defensive end, their offense is so explosive that
second in the SFL.
They can give up 40 points a game and still win the ball game because their offense is so explosive. Not saying that they do give up 40 points, but just an an imagination, a thought, or whatever. But here's the Lycans on their second drive. Will they be able to counter that 74-yard bomb by the Legion on the last possession? And they're going to hand it off here to Robert Johnson. Johnson's going to pick up 6 yards. Eddie, we didn't see Johnson that much last week, but he's gaining a lot of carries right now to start this game.
He is. I mean, he's only averaging 2.2 yards per carry, which is something I'm sure that new offensive coordinator wants to improve on moving forward as the season progresses, because you can't just put that much pressure on Sully to get the job done.
Another handoff here to Johnson to the top. Johnson picks up the first down for the Lycans.
And as you can see early on, their game plan is to give the ball to him and give it to him often and keep Tom Pepper where he's least effective, on the sidelines.
Robert Johnson with 12 carries for 42 yards so far in this game. There's a high snap. Gun straight deep down the middle. What a reception. Oh my, what a catch. Was that Chris Lee? Yes, it was.
Fantastic catch.
End of the first quarter, everybody. You watch Simulation. We're going back to headquarters.
Is Ace Black.
Welcome back, SFL Nation. You're watching Simulation Football League presented by APM Music on For the Fans and Next Television Network. Here's a handoff here to Robert Johnson up the middle, blows over two guys, breaks another tackle, breaks up for a touchdown. Robert Johnson, he just crossed Hollywood Boulevard.
Wow, he got some great blocks downfield. A lot of that was individual effort. You can tell this guy's been in weight work on his calf muscles because he broke free of a couple of tackles, and just shredded another guy en route to the touchdown to get LA back into this ball game.
Tyler Murray and Dean Maddox are going to need to see the medic on the sideline because, man, they just took a shoulder and a helmet to the chest. Their sternum may be cracked.
Dean Maddox in particular. I wasn't going to say his name, but you just did.
Outstanding run there by Robert Johnson to get the Lycans their first touchdown of the game. And Eddie, this may just be a pretty explosive ball game. 14-10 on the scoreboard now. We're only 10 here start of the second quarter, and man, we already got 24 points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. It's a lot of football left, so hopefully, if you're the defense, you're on the sidelines right now making some adjustments to prepare for what's coming next.
There's a return here. Spin move. I thought he was about to go to open daylight on that spin down to Vancouver's 30-yard line. Dean Maddox seems to be okay after that punishing blow he took from Robert Johnson on the last drive.
Apparently so. He's out here returning kicks.
Speaking of last drive, Los Angeles' last drive was 4 plays, 55 yards. Here is a two-step drop here by Pepper. Top of the field, got Brett Killian. Killian picks up the first down to Vancouver's 43.
There was great play design. You got two receivers running down the field, essentially on 9 routes, clearing the zone and allowing Killian to come up with the reception there, unscathed.
Good to see the Legion basically as you stated earlier, that when these cornerbacks are playing off, you got to take advantage of what's underneath, the out routes or dump it off in the flats to the halfback. And here is a
strong spread.
Yeah, this is strong. No. I couldn't see the tight end, but here's Robert Redford, open daylight, crosses midfield out to the 35-yard line. Big run there by him. Tackled and brought down by Rain Yosef, the free safety over there at for LA. I'm sorry, strong safety. No, he's the free. My apology.
Robert Redford doesn't get many carries, but for what he lacks in carries, he makes up for in production. Maybe it's fresh legs because he's not getting worked so much. But Robert Redford, when he does touch the ball, you just got to sit back and hope you come up with a tackle.
Joseph is the strong safety. He came from the other side of the field, Eddie, to make that tackle. Handoff hits the Redford in the backfield and is blown up.
Number 74 with the tackle. They got him listed as Moore Rivers.
Yeah, but he's Ace Blackwell.
Same number.
Yeah. Fooled me too. But I got reports from the stats team that is Ace Blackwell.
Yes.
And here's the shotgun formation here for Pepper. Pepper, the pass is deflected away across the middle of the field. Danny Stinson.
Great defense there by LA as they had 4 guys in the area. Tom Pepper needs to look elsewhere.
3rd and 14 here for the Vancouver Legion at LA's 39-yard line. It's probably been the best defense that LA has played all game.
Playing up close.
5 wide receiver set, corner, post to the top of the field. Kendra Hall breaks the tackle, cross the goal line, and she's hit for another touchdown. They go up 20-10. The Vancouver Legion is putting on a show.
Yeah, Kendra Hall showing why she is the SFL leader in yards per attempt with that reception right there. There was bad news all around. 1, no safety help over the top. And 2, Raman is playing on the inside shoulder of Kendra. It's a corner route. And if he doesn't get there in time, if she doesn't get there in time, it's easy pitch and catch. Touchdown, Vancouver.
Extra point attempt here for the Legion. Non-contract kicker. Roman Wachowski. There's a snap. The extra point attempt is up and it's good, Eddie. Vancouver jumps up 21-10 with an 11-point lead here, Eddie, over the Lycans at the start of the second quarter. What an outstanding route ran by Kendra Hall. I mean, she was wide open. Where was the Lycans defense on that play?
Like I said, the strong safety was playing inside the numbers. There was no help over the top, which is bad, which is why you shouldn't, as a corner, play on the inside shoulder. You need to play on the outside shoulder, knowing you don't have any strong safety help over the top.
Here's the return for Los Angeles. Tackled and brought down at the 31-yard line. Warner Jr. to return.
Vancouver has yet to punt this football, so LA doesn't want to put too much pressure on that defense. They're going to want to try to put some points on the board on this drive.
Yeah, you have to. You have to match point for point with Vancouver. I hate to say you have to because, I mean, when your defense is not really, stopping Vancouver at this moment here, you have to basically match them point for point. And off here to Johnson. Johnson's going to break that tackle. What a stiff arm! Another stiff arm! Picks up another one! My goodness! Oh, if he had maybe an inch on the sideline, Eddie, he's going to the house.
He is going to the house. Oh my goodness. You just want to talk about individual effort. Someone clip that highlight reel. This man's going to want a pay raise at the end of the season. Look at this individual effort. Stiff arms, not 1, but 2, but 3 defenders en route to this big yard, this long run here for LA.
Drew Hamilton and Josh Farnsey just have been put on the SFL top 10 with that play, with that not so effort play. But man, as you stated, what an effort by Robert Johnson to break the tackle for a tackle for loss. Then the 2 big stiff arms as he's trucking down the sideline and almost breaks a tackle for a touchdown before stepping out of bounds. I formation, here's Johnson once again, open field to the top, tries a stiff arm attempt, but no. Mark Lopez say, not on me, you're going down.
Is it just me, or does it look like he slowed down a step on that last carry? He still got the first down, but he seems to have lost that burst he had a moment ago. He might be looking to get subbed in for a moment.
Yeah, he may be fatigued, as you stated.
He's been getting a lot of work.
Yeah, he has been getting a lot of work, and Eddie, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that is
15th carry.
There it is. It's 15 carry. I was just looking at it myself. And he's already over 100 yards, 112 yards on the day to just the beginning of the second quarter. Gun straight, 90 all slants. There's an open man down the sideline in the middle of the field, and that pass is complete for the first down for Sully Richardson. And Eddie, that is just his 5th attempt.
That's his 5th attempt, and you wonder, I mean, as we stated, they want to keep Tom Pepper on the sidelines where he's least effective, but in order to have success with this game plan, you have to turn those 3 points into 7. Can they do it on this drive?
I-form load here for the Lycans. There is a power sweep to the top, and Johnson just blows up Lopez. Almost runs over another guy. Man, he is putting on a show. 129 yards, 9.2 average.
You know how some players have highlight reel tapes and they show them versus various teams? He's going to have a number of them against Vancouver today at this rate.
Who is 62? The guard. Man, did he put a pancake on someone? Doug Deadwood. Oh, my goodness, what a block. You missed that one, Eddie. I know you love the pancakes.
Yes, I do.
There's an I-formation load here again for LA. Inside the 5, at the 3. Hand off to Johnson. He crosses Hollywood Boulevard for the second time today.
Same play that they just flipped it and ran it to the side closest to us, and easy touchdown for LA.
He is putting in work today, Eddie Gage, and man. And I mean, the blocking he's getting. Look at the guards pulling, and then as you stated earlier in the mix, he's getting great blocking from the fullback, Tommy Roman, and that is just an outstanding drive there by the Lycans. This drive set was 5 plays, 78 yards, and it basically was only one pass in the drive, but all of it came from Robert Johnson.
Robert Johnson is putting on a show here today. Hopefully he has the legs to continue his performance in the second half, because at this rate, they're going to need him because Vancouver has yet to punt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're definitely right. The explosive offense for Vancouver, and don't want to take away what LA has done so far in this game as well, but you can't not overlook the explosiveness of the Legion's offense.
Oh, absolutely. 35 points a game. How could you not? Second in the SFL.
And here's the return from the goal line, and that is going to be Dean Maddox on that return.
Nice return. $25-yard return for Dean Maddox out to the 25-yard line, setting up his offense nicely.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at Kendra Hall. Her slot left. Here for Vancouver, 2-step drop here by Pepper. Out route to the top of the field. That is Killian coming away with that reception.
Nice play design.
And there's
once again, flooding the zone and getting Kendra out in a deep route, allowing Killian to catch the short out.
Here's Pepper and the shotgun formation. Play action to Redford. Big on by Pepper. Got Killian.
Vancouver loves the play action. They have it in a number of plays in their offense. They're one of the better teams at it. I thought they were going to go deeper down the field with it, but it just shows the variation of their playbook.
Yeah, that was an outstanding play. They ran that play earlier in the game as well, Eddie, and they did convert on it. I thought Pepper was going to go down because he did receive some pressure, but that just goes to show you the pocket composure of this guy. The offensive player of the year last season. Here's a handoff here to Robert Redford. Spin move. Oh. Almost breaks that tackle. Picks up the first down to LA's 38.
And Robert Redford is Robert Redford is showing you just why you can't take your eyes off of him. He doesn't get much attention in terms of carries, but he's so productive when he does get the ball.
A lot of people thought that Tom Pepper was, I'm not going to say overlooked, but was robbed of MVP honors last year. But you got to give it up. Jared McChesney had an outstanding season himself. Normally you don't see halfbacks get that award. They normally goes to quarterbacks.
We got an update.
Yeah, we sure do have an update. We're going to go back to, we're going to send it back to the SFL headquarters. Cam, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Damon. My St. Green, Coach Craven holds on to the ball.
Yeah, Cam, Brian Craven with a big interception here after a long DC drive, and gets his, I think his first interception of the year, and sets up Louisiana in good field position.
Still no score in a defensive battle down south. Back to Damon and Eddie in L.A.
Eddie, outstanding play there by Coach Craven on that interception for Los Angeles. And I know that they've been looking to get things rolling with that organization there this season to get some wins underneath their belt.
Got their first one last week.
3 wide receivers set here for Tom Pepper on a 5-step drop. No pressure at all, but man, the receiver, Brett Killian, took a blow.
Yes, I mean, it's one thing to not come up with the football. I mean, he wouldn't mind it so much had he completed it, but my goodness, I mean, you talk about laying your receiver hung out to dry. I mean, come on, Tom. You got to set him up better than that.
Rochelle Costin, the #1 free safety on the team. Man, she is an outstanding player. I mean, that defense for them last week played outstanding versus Houston, should I say. It came away with 4 takeaways in that game, had a pick 6 by Buddy Blaze as well. They, as you stated earlier, they had a coaching change, and they was ready to get things going. You had them on your show yesterday, and man, they're just a group of individuals that are a tight niche, you know, with Tom and Rochelle and with Sully Richards over there. And I also hear that Ryan Yosef got involved. I heard he had some adjustments done to the playbook 10 minutes after they moved the other guy out the door. I was like, my goodness, you been sitting on this or something? 5-yard line of LA. Sully Richardson underneath the center. Handoff here to Tom Pepper. I think the entire stadium knew he was getting it. Oh, he breaks the tackle with that stiff arm. He is putting on a show, and I think that thing has just become an armed weapon for the National Guards here in the United States.
Lamont LA just got an electronic email asking for Robert Johnson to be tested for digital PEDs immediately after this game.
I think I would have sent that memo too. 23-yard pickup for Robert Johnson on that handoff. Here's an I formation twins. 5-step drop here by Richardson, and Richards got a dot across the middle of the field. Picks up the first down to the 44.
And that's what a running game does for you. It opens up your passing game and makes Sully's job so much easier. I mean, coming into this game, he's like we said, he's only averaging 2.2 yards a carry. If he can get this kind of production for Sully each and every week, his interception ratio is going to go down tremendously.
Rahman on that reception. Gun formation. Gun straight. Sully Richardson in the shotgun. 2-step drop. Got a pass right across the middle of the field. That pass is going to be completed. As Davis Reed. Is that Reed's first reception today, Eddie?
I believe it is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Vancouver actually had a twist going on up front and got pressure on Sully, which is why he checked it down to Davis Reed. He was looking to go downfield, but didn't have time.
Handoff here to Johnson to the top of the field. Johnson, open field to the 30, the 20, tackled it out of bounds at the 16.
They've ran this same play, I load, with that strong power eye about at least 8-9 times today, and it's been successful pretty much every time.
It seems as if Vancouver is playing pass coverage. Then I don't think they're playing the run. I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. It looks as if they're basically trying to stop LA's passing game and not the run game as their scheme throughout the week.
Well, if he's coming in and averaging 2.2 yards a game, I wouldn't be putting so much attention on him either.
Absolutely. Here's Richardson in the shotgun. Split twins. Pass almost intercepted. Josh Barnesy almost come away with that.
And then Kevin Brackett almost took his head off after the ball was tipped. Second and 10, Sully in the gun.
At Vancouver's 16-yard line, 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock here in the second quarter. There's a pass right across the middle of the field that looks like to the tight end. That's 88, Chris Lee.
3rd and 4. It makes it more manageable for LA. They want to walk away with points to try to keep up with this Vancouver offense. Got to pick up this first down.
As Vancouver punted the ball away for the first time on their last possession, Eddie, Los Angeles take advantage of that and take the lead. There's a pass across the middle, and it's Davis Reed down to the 5-yard line of Vancouver.
Davis.
And that's going to be the 2-minute warning, everyone. We're going to go to commercial break. You're watching the Simulation Football League presented by APM Music on For the Fans on Next Level Sports. Coming up on APM Music Halftime Report, Cameron Irvine and Mike Say Green break down the first half of the Legion and Lycans. Check out the leaderboards through the first 4 weeks of the season. And here's a dump off to Johnson, and Johnson crosses the goal line. Oh my goodness. This man should be a lethal weapon. The way he's brutalizing the defense of the Vancouver Legion. I couldn't even get through my ad read.
Someone clipped that he went through 2 defenders and a third made a business decision to make a half-hearted effort to make the tackle. Touchdown, LA. Oh my goodness, Damon.
Eddie, we're on Next Level Sports, and that was next level right there by Robert Johnson. I mean, he's doing it on the ground. He's doing it in the receiving area as well. My goodness.
I was just about to get upset with LA for coming out in that bunch formation here on the 5-yard line, but they had bigger dreams and knew what they were going to feed Robert Johnson all along.
Let me finish my ad read, please. Check out the leaderboards through the first 4 weeks of the season and provide an update on the action going on in Louisiana between the Dragons and the Revolution. It's all coming up on the 8 p.m. Music Halftime Report. There's the kick. Here's Dean Maddox on the return. Brought down at the 26.
LA punted for the first
52 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Can Vancouver score?
Well, they punted for the first time on their last possession. They want to try to put up points here to end this half.
First and 10 for Vancouver. Tom Pepper underneath the center. Weak out formation. 7-step drop. They're going to dump it off to Robert Redford in the flats, and Redford's going to get tackled at the 33. Picks up 7 on their reception, Eddie.
Unable to get out of bounds, but wow, catching that ball 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage and still able to pick up 7 yards on the play. Kendra Hall's on the sidelines taking a breather.
Probably in this single wide receiver formation, and they are. They come out and
far jokers.
Far jokers, wing jokers, should I say. There's Robert Redford up the middle, picks up the first down. The little guy.
Oh, and they're going to hurry up out of this formation, Damon.
I hope they got a pass play in this. And they do. Smart guy, Andy Hamilton.
But he doesn't
having
have
a pass play in that jumbo package. And that is a pickup of 3 yards by the tight end, Dan Daly. 56 seconds. Same play, up to the top. He gets out of bounds to stop the clock. Now the offense can regroup.
Smart play to get out of bounds there and stop this clock. Greg Soto just said that Robert Johnson is possessed.
Third and 6. At Vancouver's 42, 53 seconds left on the ticker. Tom Pepper, that pass is deflected away. 4th and 6, and Vancouver will punt it away.
First time I recall seeing LA come out with a cover 3 defense that time. I was waiting for the ball to go over the top of his head, but no one was open on those routes, and he had to check it down. Incomplete pass.
Coming into today's matchup, points allowed by both of these teams. LA allows 24.3, and Vancouver allows 31.5 points a game. They're ranked 21 at the start of the season. We have a game breakup. We're going to send it over to the SFL headquarters. Cam, you got it, sir.
Thanks, Damon. Great start for Louisiana today, Mike.
Yeah, Cam, this Louisiana defense has really been dominating this first half, and they finish off a long drive here with a 3-yard touchdown run from Reggie Streeter, and they're up 10-0 midway through the second quarter.
Revolution looking for their second win in a row. Let's see if LA can add to their lead. Back to Damon and Eddie in Los Angeles.
Here's Richardson on a 5-step drop back, a completion as well on it. And that is to Lee once again. Lee has been the main target for Sully Richardson, Eddie.
He has, as we stated earlier, he's the only receiver on this team with a receiving touchdown coming to this game. Jack Flash, at tight end, also has, I believe, 3. But he's been their deep threat so far today.
39 seconds left on the clock. LA's at their own 48-yard line, 1st and 10. Here's Sully Richardson in the shotgun formation. There's twins to his right. Robert Johnson in the backfield. 2-step drop. There's Lee again. Timeout by LA.
That was actually great defense by Vancouver. It was just better offense as Sully fit that through a needle in a haystack. Found his receiver for a big completion. They're trying to get in field goal range.
That was an outstanding throw there. Split the safeties. First and 10 at Vancouver's 29-yard line. 34 seconds on the clock after that that timeout. Let's look at Richardson, the quarterback, the young man from Carolina. 2 wide receivers set. 1 tight end. He goes out on the route, throws a dot down the middle of the field to the fullback. It's to Raymond.
25 seconds left.
They're going to go no huddle here, Eddie. Will it be the same play? No, it's not. Down the middle, there's the tight end. Oh, he's down to the 3-yard line of Vancouver. They're not going to call a timeout. Why not? You got 1 left.
I have no idea.
I guess they're going to wait, let the clock run down, call the timeout, and kick the field goal. Don't blame them in that situation now.
I probably would have burned 1 more timeout and went toward the end zone with my next pass, and if not completed, then take the field, shoot for the field goal.
That's my liking right there. Now you're thinking like an offensive coordinator, Eddie.
I knew you were going to say that, but against this Vancouver offense, you have to think big and try to put as many points on the board as you can. It was tough for me to say that, though, I will admit.
Here's Rob Eames, the guy who should win Hair of the Year award. Man, he got a nice looking locks, man.
He does.
Here too. Here's Memes on the with the field goal attempt, 19 yards, split right down the middle, and LA goes up by 6 with 1 second left on the clock. Ken Dean Maddox run this return here for a touchdown to get Vancouver the lead back.
You know, Rob actually got stuck at the convention because of all the issues with the American and Spirit. I think he got stuck there for like an extra day or 2. Yeah.
Wow. Did not know that. Here's the
1 second left. What can Vancouver do with it?
End zone. And Maddox takes it out to the 25-yard line. That's going to end the half. That's going to end it for the first half, everyone. You're watching the Simulation Football presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. We're going to go and send it back to SFL headquarters.
Welcome back to SFL Studios of the APM Music Halftime Report. Along with Mike St. Green, I'm Cameron Irvine. Shocking first half, Mike. 24, or 27 rather, 21. LA leads Vancouver. Robert Johnson's show in the first half. Really remarkable.
Yeah, Cam, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, man, it's been the Robert Johnson show this entire first half. A couple of touchdown runs, a couple of other huge, battering ram type runs on stiff arms and things like that, and including a touchdown catch. So yeah, it's definitely been all Robert Johnson in this first half. And as I mentioned in the open, I was wondering if LA would be able to keep up, touchdown for touchdown with Vancouver, and they're proving that they can right now at this point in the game.
Yeah, LA has probably had the most bizarre season of any team, and that continues today. We haven't seen this out of Robert Johnson much at all. And I think Vancouver's just been kind of thrown for a loop a little bit because they've gone so heavy.
Yeah, I think maybe coming off of last week and the coaching change, maybe Andy and coaches over there in Vancouver didn't know what to expect this week. But we have seen Robert Johnson in the past, having solid games on the ground. So, maybe LA tried, decide to switch it up and catch these guys off guard a little bit and get this big back going. As we saw at times last season, he could be dominant.
Louisiana leads DC 10-0 right now. That game is almost to the half already. Kevin Say averaging 1.9 yards a carry in the first half, kind of the exact opposite of Robert Johnson right now. And the Dragons over the last few weeks have really struggled to get that ground game going.
Yeah, it's kind of a mystery right now what's going on with DC. They started out the season, scoring 52 points in the opening game against Vancouver. But now, the past couple of weeks, this offense has struggled to get going. They're struggling to put together drives. Louisiana has had a couple of huge interceptions, both from the Bash brothers, Doug Day and Brian Craven. But, it's kind of methodical what Louisiana is doing right now. Long drives, finishing them off with a registry to touchdown. Another drive was finished off with a field goal. But, yeah, just kind of methodical thing that they're doing. But, yeah, DC, they're just struggling to get that offense going. And where's Kevin Say? They got to get him going if this offense is going to be effective.
DC just did get an interception from Kanye Rockefeller, so that will at least temper the Revolution scoring there before the end of the first half. Well, we're 4 weeks into the regular season, Mike, and we thought it'd be good to take a look at the leaderboards in the SFL. Those leaderboards brought to you by Press Stats, and you can check out all these stats at stats.simulationfl.com. First, your passing yard leaders. Pepper leads the way at 1836, Wigmore, and then everybody else. But Pepper's been on fire, and he's on fire again today. Had a great first half.
Yeah, he's had a great first half. He's taken nothing away from him in this first half. Kendra Hall has a couple of huge touchdown catches, as well as Daly had another huge touchdown. So, yeah, Tom Pepper's being Tom Pepper. He's pretty much at the top of the leaderboard, because of that huge first game he had, over 700 yards, breaking a long-standing record. So, yeah, it's no surprise to see him there. Jack Whitmore as well. I mean, he's just been a machine with Baltimore over the last season and a half or so. And, and Brian Dynasty, he's had a solid start to the season. Up until this point, he did struggle a little bit last week against Queen City and didn't have a tremendous game today. But, yeah, he's right up there, and we expect to see some of these guys up there the entire season.
16 touchdowns for Jack Wigmore. That easily leads the way. And how about Joseph Green? He's been sacked more than anybody at 16 times. And they'll need to clean that up as they got Baltimore coming up next week, and they have been one of the best at getting to the quarterbacks this season. How about on the ground? Ezekiel Love came in 1 yard ahead of Phoenix Jones. Jones has the one touchdown, and then after those two, just kind of like the passing leaders, it's everybody else behind him.
Yeah, it's definitely Ezekiel Love and Phoenix Jones and everyone else. Jet Zero, he is, making a little bit of a statement, but yeah, Ezekiel and Phoenix are head and shoulders above everyone else. Phoenix Jones is pretty much continuing a lot of what he did last season with the 19 touchdowns on the ground. They came up with a loss today, and what he did is per rush average was good, but we were wondering where was more Phoenix in this game that they lost today to Florida, but yeah, Phoenix Jones and Ezekiel Love are proven to be the class of the running back core.
Receiving leaders, DR Sim coming into the week with an even 600. He's had one heck of a season, along with 5 touchdowns, too. That's one off the leader. And then Killian of Vancouver right behind him. Kendra Hall also in the top 5 in receiving yards.
Yeah, and the one that stands out to me, Cam, is someone that you didn't mention was Boo Chisholm. Boo Chisholm has had a solid first half of this season. And as I mentioned, Brian Dynasty today, to have a ton of weapons over there at Atlanta. And I don't remember in seasons past, Boo being, he's been effective, but I don't remember him being this effective. And he's had a huge start to this season. He's probably eyeing a season 17 All-Star invite if he continues at the rate that he's going.
Now, a couple of standouts on defense as we run through. Max Jackson of Las Vegas at the top of the leaderboards, but E.K. Vincent leads all linebackers. You've got Saron Yates, the 4th, again for Baltimore. They got 2 in the top 5, as you mentioned. So a big mismatch for Las Vegas tomorrow. Yates leads the way with 6.5 sacks. And then coming into the week, you have Giovanni Bolt, who had 5 of his 6 picks in a win over St. Louis, but he's got 6 to lead the way, along with guys like Russell. Hendricks had another one today, and Cody Griffin, the rookie, as well.
Yeah, Cody Griffin had a huge game last week against Atlanta, but the one that stands out to me on this list is my London teammate, Tanner Hendricks. I mean, he's come up very huge in this early part of the season. As you mentioned, another interception today. He has a couple of pick sixes on his resume already. So, everything's tight as far as his ranking goes so far this season. But in this secondary, Tanner Hendricks, he definitely stands out to me as one of the early Defensive Player of the Year candidates.
DC has tacked on a field goal to end the first half, so it's 3-10, a very low-scoring game, and they are now at halftime. DC actually has more total yards than Louisiana, 186-144, but they trail by 7 at the break. Well, I don't know how many points we're going to have in the second half, Mike, but if as long as we get as many as we did in the first half, it's going to be a fun one. LA 27, Vancouver 21. We'll get it back to Demond and Eddie after this commercial break to start the second half. This has been the APM Music Halftime Report.
Everybody, welcome back to this SFL matchup between the Vancouver Legion and the Los Angeles Lycans. Here on the NXT Next Level Sports Network. And there's the kick back to the Lycans. And his return from inside the 10. They're going to be brought down right at the 30-yard line.
We talked about this pregame, Damon. LA, they wants to keep the ball out of Tom Pepper's hands, and they're doing a great job of doing just that. 19 carries for Robert Johnson in that first half.
Here's Sully Richards' son, and the shotgun. Pair slot, twins to his right. Oh, it's picked off by Vancouver. The first mistake of this game by Sully Richardson. And man, Drew Hamilton, the strong safety, comes up big.
Yeah, there was really no one open, and you'd like to see him hold on to that ball for a tick longer to see something else develop. But he did have some pressure coming his way, got rid of it, made a bad decision, and that's just not the way LA wants to start this second half.
Absolutely not. I am on point with you with that. You never want to start the first half or the beginning of the game with a turnover. Here's 3 wide receivers. Brett Killian to the top of the field. 90-yard slants. Got Kendra Hall down to the 20-yard line. Kendra leads all receivers in the SFL with 26.4 yards reception.
And believe it or not, after that reception, Athens actually went down despite the big game. She's going to have a talk with her quarterback.
First and 10 for Vancouver at LA's 20. Here to start the third quarter. Robert Redford in the backfield. Here's a handoff to him. Spin move, picks up 5 yards on that carry before being brought down by Ryan Yosef.
The forgotten man in this offense, I'm not sure how. I mean, despite the productivity he receives, it's almost like a shock to everyone when he gets the ball.
The ball is at LA's 15. LA is in a 3-3 nickel. Kendra Hall in the slot. Hand off to Robert Redford. He should have stayed to the top of the field, Eddie, where it was wide open.
Yeah, he did have a lane there. It was starting to collapse a bit, but you never want to see someone stop in the midst of their tracks and cut to the outside unless they absolutely have to. But Robert Redford, he's a veteran, so perhaps he saw something we didn't.
I'll give you that one. 4-3 defense for the LA. Redford in the backfield. Kendra Hall to the bottom of the field and breaking into the top. They're going to hand off to Redford. He's going to break a tackle and gets back. Looks like picks up 1 yard. 4th and 4. Vancouver is going to have to settle for 3.
Yeah, he tried to pull off his Johnson impersonation. He tried to shake that tackle and keep going, but he didn't have quite the muscle that Robert Johnson has.
Non-contract kicker Roman Rakowski.
About a 31-yard field goal, 30-yard field goal unofficially.
There's a snap. The kick is up. 30 yards, right down the middle.
Yeah, you take a breath anytime you decide not to pay one of the better kickers in this league and they attempt a field goal, even though chippies sometimes can go left or right of the sticks. So Vancouver counting their blessings that one went through.
Visit the SFL website at simulation.net for links to apparel from Sector 6, the official apparel provider for the Simulation Football League, and SFL mini helmets from 9-7 Sports Promotions. Sector 6 features replica team jerseys and completely customized jackets, flags, t-shirts, and more. Get the gear the fans wear with Sector 6, 97 Sports Promotion, and the SFL.
I got to buy another jersey for myself. I gave mine away at the convention.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Pair slot here for LA and Richardson. At 30. There's the snap. Across the middle. That pass is knocked away. Did he drop it? I don't think it was knocked away.
Yeah, I thought he dropped that one. Yeah, he did drop it right off of his rib cage. They may want to get Robert Johnson back involved in this offense.
Split backs. Here for LA. 2nd and 10. 5-step drop here by Richardson. Out to the top of the field. That was intended for the fullback, Tommy. He drops that one before being hit. Richardson looking for a flag. Not going to get one.
Yeah, that was a great play. I mean, talk about closing speed. That was fantastic display of athleticism right there.
That was, and as a defensive guy, you have to like that one.
Third down, they do not want to punt it back to this Vancouver offense.
Here's gun straight, 3rd and 10. Got a post to the top. That pass is completed to Chris Lee. What a reception.
What a reception indeed, because I thought Drew Hamilton had a beat on that ball. He was going to, at the minimum, knock it down, but LA is able to complete that 3rd and long and keep the drive alive. They did not want to get the ball back to this Vancouver offense.
Dudley Richards is throwing at a 78.9 completion percentage. 19 attempts for 15 completions, 228 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. QBR of 112.3. Richardson shotgun and pass is incomplete.
Referees are letting him play out there because he got rubbed a bit in the midst of that route. But that's a pass that Sully Richardson should not be throwing.
You're right about that. That should not have been a pass attempt in that direction. Let's look at Mike Coverson. Here's Richardson to hand off here to Johnson. His first carry of the half. Picks up 6 yards. 200 yards on the day on 19 carries.
You just wonder how much he has left in his tank. Does he have the energy and the wherewithal to continue at this pace and get LA this victory?
Third and 4 at Vancouver's 40-yard line. Sorry, I had a hiccup there. Oh, where was that pass through? I know where it was supposed to go, but I don't think that pass was deflected or anything.
Yeah, looking back on the replay. Yeah, it was behind the receiver. Off just a bit, and now LA's going to have to punt this ball back to this Vancouver offense. Going to try to pin him deep here, DeMond.
There's the snap. The punt is up. Drops right inside the 10, inside the 5, down to the 2-yard line is where Vancouver was stopped. There's to start their next possession, and man, they got a long way to go.
Yeah, they drafted a punter this offseason, Chance Towan, and that's the second great punt he's made today for this LA team. 2nd round draft pick.
Here's Pepper underneath the center. Strong out spread. Hand off here to Redford, down to the bottom of the field. Redford has open daylight to the 20, breaks a tackle. Rochelle Colston couldn't bring him down.
Yeah, she couldn't bring him down, but she slowed him down just enough until help arrived to avoid a total disaster. Robert Redford able to get Vancouver deep out of their own end.
First and 10 for Vancouver at the 27. 3rd quarter, 7 minutes exactly on the clock. Weak out spread here now. 3-3 is the defense in the nickel. Corners are playing way off, Eddie. I mean, they're like 20 yards deep. Tom Pepper. Oh, that pass is almost intercepted.
It should have been intercepted.
But that's a linebacker. Those guys pretty much can't catch.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, Tom knew he had time. It was only a 3-man rush, so he knew his offensive lineman would provide him with the protection. It was a slow developing play, but no one was able to get open, and Tom avoids disaster there with that pass attempt.
2nd and 10. This is a weak power eye. Hand off here to Redford. Redford's going to pick up 7.
7 yards on 2nd and 10. Robert Redford, that little guy, oh my goodness. I remember he was a free agent. Actually, even before then, when I first got my team, I recruited him, and he told me no. I want to go to a proven winner.
Oh, man. That must have hurt it.
It sure did.
There's trips to the right of Tom Pepper on a two-step drop from underneath the center. Oh, and we squeezed that one through to Chris Curtis, his first reception of the game.
Well, I thought that pass was going to get batted down, but Tom, otherwise known as Captain Canada, he was able to fit that one in there, showing how he got that nickname.
Oh, man, did you see the tweet of Tom Pepper? With it's an outstanding graphic. They got him standing there holding the football, and he has like this gold, this blonde hair, man. He just standing there. I mean, it's an outstanding graphic. I love it. There's a false start, an encroachment by LA, and Robert Redford's not going to go anywhere.
It's unfortunate because it would have set them up in 2nd and long, and limited the options they can dial up on 2nd down, but it's going to be all for naught.
Man, that encroachment call, I tell you, it hurts
big.
you at times, but then it helps you if you're on the offensive side, if you throw a pick on that pursuing play. But, man, it hurts the defense so much. I mean, the offense can be 3rd and long and that encroachment gets them closer to the first down. It is just something else. Here's a strong eye flip pair, and there's Robert Redford again. This time he's going to pick up 4 yards on the carry, 2nd and 1.
I can tell you all about that, Damon. At the convention, we had, Queen City on 3rd down, and they were running the ball, trying to get in field goal range. They were just outside of it, and unfortunately for us, Mark Mello jumped off sides, gave him 5 yards, and put him in field goal range. Game was over.
27-24. Here's a sweep here. Strong power to Robert Redford down to the bottom of the field. Going to lose a yard at a 3rd and 2nd now. Well, 3rd and 2.
I was told by the owner, one of the owners of LA, that Ryan Yosef is the best non-starting safety in the history of the SFL.
What you say?
That's what he said.
4-3 defense. Single back. Looks like left slot par. Dump it off to Redford. Redford's going to lose 2 more yards on that reception. 4th and 4. Vancouver's got to punt it away.
I don't like that play because Robert Redford stopped in his tracks to catch that reception. I would have liked to see him go out more wide so he can keep his feet churning and pick up that first down. Ray's on the sideline saying, "Nice stop, defense."
There's the punt. There's the return.
And now she's reminding me that Yosef is a starting strong safety. I appreciate that, AJ.
LA starts this drive at the 16-yard line. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation here for Sully Richardson. Pair slot. Davius Reed going on a drag route. He fumbles it right across the middle, and LA recovers it.
LA recovers it. Offensive lineman, I believe, picked that up. Yep, number 64. Earning his check out there. Avoids disaster with that recovery. 2nd and 7.
You're absolutely right. 2nd and 7 here for LA. Trips to the left of Sully Richardson.
First time we've seen this today for LA.
Robert Johnson up the middle, breaks an arm tackle and picks up the first down. I was just going to say, Eddie, whatever happened to the guy? He has not been putting in the work that he was doing early in the game.
And they ran a strong trap, and that thing just popped. There was no one for the guard to block until he was 4 yards downfield. We're seeing some wonderful ball control offense by LA this afternoon.
Yeah, they have been protecting the ball. I think there's only 1 turnover in this game by LA after throwing 3 picks last week versus Houston. Here's Sully Richardson, throws into traffic right there. That could have been dangerous for the QB.
That's about the 3rd ill-advised pass we've seen Sully make here in his second half, as he had a flawless first half.
2nd and 10 here for LA at the 29-yard line. 2 minutes and 48 seconds left on the clock. Here's Richardson underneath the center. This is going to be a ace quad. There's a deep bomb down the middle of the field, and that pass is caught by Chris Lee. He's the number 2 receiver, but he's been playing like the number 1 this game.
And Sully must have heard me because at the snap of the ball, the strong safety comes running up the field. It might have been 3 Robert, I'm not sure. And the ball went right over his head where he just left from it. Chris Lee must have been his primary receiver because that ball was gone out of his hands as soon as he received it.
5-step drop here by Richards. Out route to the top of the field. That is to the fullback, and they're going to give him pick up the first down. Out to Vancouver's 31-yard line. Tom Pepper and Sully Richardson, they're in the pass game. Sully has no touchdowns as of yet.
He does not, but we got a lot of football left. But if he hands it off to his running back for a couple more touchdowns, I'm sure he won't mind.
2 wide receiver set. Single back ace. This is like an ace flip. There's a dart down the middle. That pass is deflected away.
The last 3 passes that Sully has thrown across the middle of the field inside the numbers were all deflected. He is playing with fire with these pass attempts. Josh Farnsey, he's showing why I was so high on him. I thought he was the best linebacker in a draft when Vancouver picked him up a couple seasons ago.
2nd and 10. Far tight end flex. Fade to Reed. Down inside of the 10-yard line to the 8. 1st and goal for LA.
Yeah, Reed is showing someone a spark that he showed back when he was a Chicago Wildcat on that one, going deep down the field on an out and up.
Nice route ran there by Davis Reed.
On that previous pass attempt
by Richards.
On that previous pass attempt, Ray said, "Why, Sully?"
There's a handoff here to Johnson. Johnson is hit right at the line.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if you saw what I just saw, but if number 73, who was the pulling guard in that play, if he makes the right read, Robert Johnson's going to walk in the end zone for another touchdown. He made a bad read, and as a result of it, it's 2nd down.
2nd and goal.
Our low, first time we've seen this since the first half. We know what's coming. There it is.
There's a load. There's the power O. Breaks the tackle is Johnson down to the 4-yard line.
Yeah, first time we've seen that since the first half. They ran a ton in the first half.
Visit the SFL YouTube channel at youtube.com/SimulationFL for an archive of every game, every draft, every moment you might have missed since the Simulation Football League got its start in 2013. SFL YouTube features top 10 plays of the week, archive, people behind players, segments, and all the major milestones in league history. Here's Johnson down to the 1-yard line. Oh my goodness, what a touchdown saving tackle by Andrew Hamilton. That's going to be the end of the quarter. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Everyone put your 4s up in the chat. You're watching the Simulation Football League presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. Welcome back to the SFL Simulation Football League presented by APM Music. The Lycans drove all the way down to the 1 yard line, and they're going to settle for a field goal here. Is good, Eddie Gage.
Yeah, the owner or one of the owners of LA was clamoring for them to go for it, but the head coach said, "I'm the coach. You're the owner. I call the plays. Get that field goal unit team in there." Would you have gone for it, Damon?
I would have went for it. I mean, the worst case scenario is that if you don't get in,
they're on the 1 yard line.
They're on the 1 yard line, and that's where you want them to be. There's Maddox with a spin move out to the 26.
Josh Farnsey's on the sideline, the linebacker for Vancouver. I just talked about him earlier. He's on the sidelines saying, "Come on, offense." Meanwhile, Dave Iceberg, who plays for Houston, they say, "That's my coach. Go for it."
Love that guy. Here's a handoff here to Robert Redford. Oh, man, he gets hit after picking up a yard. My goodness, what a shot by Blaze, the guy with the pick 6 last week.
It was, but he should have stayed outside. He had some running room out there.
He had it. Yes, he did. I was going to say it, man, but he decided to cut right back in. Not sure why. Second and 9 here for Vancouver. Tight end and flex. Here's Pepper. Out route down to the bottom of the field. That pass is going to be deflected.
Great defense. Buddy Blaze, my goodness. Able to stretch the layout for that one.
Yeah, that was an outstanding athletic move there by him by deflecting that ball away. Speaking of Buddy Blaze, last week when he got the pick 6 on Houston, the guy wasn't doing anything. I mean, he just stood there. And
I know exactly what play you're talking about.
Dave Burgess threw him the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave Burgess threw him the ball. And he's like, "Oh, look what I got." Took off to the house. Shotgun formation here for Vancouver. Trey open. 90-yard slants. That pass is deflected. Picked off by LA. First turnover of the game for the Legion. And man, what a takeaway this is for the Lycans.
That ball was actually batted by 2 different defenders before they came down with it. Tom Pepper out there patting the ball, waiting for someone to get open, double pumping. Took too long. The defenders collapsed toward the middle of the field. Interception, and LA got this ball right back.
LA is up 30-24 over the Legion at Vancouver. At Vancouver's 49. First and 10. 10 minutes and 9 seconds left on the ticker. That looks like they're going to give it here to Johnson to the top of the field. Johnson is blowed up. A 3-yard loss. And look who it is. I want to say that was Buddy Blaze on the tackle. I'm sorry, not Blaze. That's Vancouver. I saw him jump up first. 88 jump up first, and I thought it was. Never mind. Second and 13. Shotgun is Richardson. Throwing to the bottom of the field. He got Lee. Eddie Gage, we have a game update from headquarters. We're going to send it over to the SFL Commissioner, Cameron Irvine, and lead producer.
Thanks, Damon. Boy, finally, Mike, the DC Dragons are in contention.
Yeah, Cam, they fought and they clawed on a long drive here. Sebastian Synergy hits Mike Churchill over in the corner of the end zone, and DC is back within 3 late in the 4th.
6 minutes left. Anybody's game over there. We'll keep you posted.
Eddie, you have to love the production that is ran here in the SFL by Commissioner Cameron Irvine. I mean, you just don't get that kind of stuff
anywhere else.
Anywhere else, man. You ask me, I say this guy is number 1, and he does so much, prepping during the week and getting these production done on game days, man. We have to be grateful for that. There's another handoff here to Johnson to the top of the field. Love the way he used his block there. Didn't want to overrun it, but, man, it cost him because he's tackled right at the line of scrimmage. And you got to give the tackle credit to Kevin Brackett. Haven't spoken his name much here today.
Yeah, that time the right guard was slow getting out there on that strong power O, and as a result of it, he had no one out in front of him. Easy tackle for Vancouver.
Actually, that's Brackett's 5th tackle on the game. 4 defensive linemen here for Vancouver. There's an encroachment. They're going to dump it off to the, I want to say it's the fullback. Yeah, it is the fullback, but they're going to go ahead and decline the yardage and take the penalty.
See, at this point, I would just throw the ball to the deepest eligible receiver and hope they can either get a completion or a pass interference penalty.
I would do the same thing, because I know I have the penalty in my back pocket.
Exactly.
Whatever happens, happens. You know what I'm saying? That play is erased. It doesn't go into the stat sheets or the record books. So I'm with you on that. I would most definitely throw it to the deepest guy out there after I've seen Laundry on the field and just go from there.
Here it comes again, Damon.
His I formation load. They've been getting a heavy dose of this. Great blocking. Johnson breaks a tackle to the 10-yard line. He's going to be brought down.
They've been running this play all game long. Not so much here in the second half as the first half, but once again, Robert Johnson just waiting for that pulling guard. This time he comes from the weak side of the field on that strong power O, and Robert Johnson, the beneficiary of all this great blocking he's been getting today. First time we've seen this.
Formation. Here for LA. At Vancouver's 10. Vancouver's not going to bring blitz. They're going to back off, only bring forward. There's a dump off here to Johnson. Johnson tries a stiff arm, but not going to get it this time.
Yeah, he looked slow that time, too. He might be getting tired out there.
Major key on the tackle.
But can you blame him, though? My goodness, all the work he's been putting in.
Robert Johnson in the backfield. Strong I formation. Handoff here to Johnson.
Oh,
he picks up a few yards there before being tackled and brought down. Can't see what that was. Next Friday on Next Level Sports, coverage of the Simulation Football League's 17th season on Next Level Sports continues on a special date night and time. Next Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern on your and you won't want to miss it. Vice Wars 9 kickstarts your weekend with Las Vegas and Denver. Here's Richardson with a touchdown pass right down the middle, and it's to the tight end. Come away with his first touchdown of the game, Jack Flash.
Collecting his 4th touchdown of the season. This man has been productive for this team all season long in terms of receptions. I didn't think they were going to complete it because it took a long time for it to develop, but they had man defense, did not get the pressure they needed from their front line, and it's just so hard to cover these receivers for that long period of time. Touchdown, LA.
Back to my ad read. This is like the 3rd time my ad read has been cut in half by big plays by these two teams. Bonus coverage will include another rivalry. The Houston Hyenas welcome the Florida Storm to H-Town for the first time in 4 seasons. You gotta be kidding me, Cam. And the 11th overall meeting between the two is all comes your way next Friday on Next Level Sports. The reason why I say you gotta be kidding me is because Houston always travel to Florida. Florida never comes to Houston.
I say the same thing about Denver. We never play Denver at home.
Man, what a rivalry that has been over the years, man. Since Florida came into the league as Alaska, they have built a rivalry.
Flag on the play.
Houston. Looks like this is probably going to be clipping. There's going to be a 15-yard penalty on this play.
LA capitalizes off of Thomasina's 5th interception of the season by scoring a touchdown to get this 2-score lead. 6 minutes left on the clock. Vancouver's offense has stalled in this second half. Do they have what it takes to get back into this ball game, Damon?
Yeah, they were so explosive in the first quarter, Eddie. And you're right. Since the half, they have not been productive at all. But we can't speak too soon about this because this team can put something up, man, really, really quick. His strong guy jokers, handoff here to Redford, and Redford has nowhere to go. This Lycans defense is holding Robert Redford under 100 yards so far in this game, and Robert Johnson has 245.
Yeah, it's a shame because he actually had the guard and his fullback out in front of him. If he can elude that tackler, he is off to the races with big guys in front of him.
Tom Pepper underneath the center. Strong eye spread. Here for the offense. Brett Killian to the bottom of the field. They're going to hand it off to Redford again, and he's going to lose 2 yards back to 3rd and 10.
Vancouver has not gotten the production out of their offense in the second half as they got in the first half, which who would have predicted that? You know, looking at the Who You Got rankings, and LA has been rolling.
LA has been rolling. Weak eye spread here now for Vancouver. 3rd and 10. Tom Pepper on a 5-step drop. Tom.
Plenty of time.
Oh, that pass is picked off. And it's Buddy Blaze. Don't tell me back-to-back weeks with an INT for a touchdown for this outstanding linebacker.
Buddy plays, gets that interception, runs it back into the end zone, gets up at his hometown fans, looks and says, thanks for coming, good night, and drive home safely. That may be premeditated, but don't tell it to Buddy Blaze because the confidence of this team right now is soaring.
And look at here, look at here, look at here. I mean, Blaze basically did the same thing he did last week. Found a zone, stood there, and the ball came right to him.
Right to him.
Wow. What a way to put your playmakers in position to make plays.
Yeah,
And
Tom Pepper may have
43 to
panicked
24.
because their pocket was closing.
It was closing. That's why I kept calling his name, because I saw the pocket collapsing. And I was just thinking to myself, this may not look good if he gets sacked here.
We saw Matt Wilson under that same kind of duress a couple of weeks ago, and he somehow eluded a couple of sacks and ran for 25 yards out of the end zone for a first down.
I saw that, man, and that was hilarious. It
One
is
of the
a
plays of the season.
20-point ball game, Eddie. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock, which is still a lot of time.
A lot of time.
But I don't know if they can pull out 20 points that fast.
I don't either, but if there's a team out there can do it, it would be Vancouver.
You're right about that. And there's Dean Maddox. Maddox tackled and brought down to 22.
5:06 left in this contest. Time is not on Vancouver's side. Tom Pepper is going to have to, forget about the running game for the moment and start chucking this ball downfield if he's going to get this Vancouver offense back into this game.
First and 10. Here for Vancouver. Tom Pepper throws it deep. That pass is incomplete. Intended for Chris Curtis.
Tom Pepper had 50 pass attempts last week, Damon. 50 pass attempts. Today, he's got that number cut in half right now at 24.
Wow. Second and 10. Here for Vancouver. On their own 22-yard line. 5 minutes and 1 second left on the ticker. 44-24 the Lycans. 3-3 is the defense. Handoff here to Redford. Redford nowhere to go. Not sure why they ran the ball there. Tom Pepper's got to get the thing in the air. Dan Daly in the slot. Out route towards Brett Killian to the bottom of the field. He stays in bounds. Clock does not stop.
Yeah, Killian, he tried to get out of bounds, but was unable to due to the way he had to torque his body to come down with that reception. Gonna be 4th down. And they are gonna go for it deep in their own end. Strong spread. 3-3 look for LA. Seven-step drop. Oh!
Dumps it off to the halfback in the flag.
Not gonna get it done.
Turnover on downs. The Lycans are excited about that. 1st and 10 at Vancouver's 24. Robert Redford is not happy with that play call.
He's not happy, but looking downfield, there was no one open. But Tom Pepper should have scrambled around and tried to make something happen on his own or something, because the moment Robert Redford received that reception, there were 4 or 5 Lycans waiting on him.
Other SFL action, you have the DC Dragons and the Louisiana Revolution going head-to-head. 13-10 ball game over there. It looks like they have been an update. 16-10 as I speak. There's a handoff here to Johnson. Trying to run out the clock. Picks up 4 yards.
Yeah, the offense right now is going to be Robert Johnson, and Robert Johnson again. And when you get tired, take a deep breath and give it to Robert Johnson once more.
If you remember my opening intro, I spoke about Robert
Redford, yeah.
And it has been all Robert Johnson this game. Sully Richardson, QBR, 99.4, 277 yards passing on the in this game. Tops last week's performance. Underneath the center, 42 nickel. They've been in this nickel all game long. And Redford crosses the first down. I'm sorry, Johnson crosses the first down line.
You wonder just how much energy, how much gas he has left in the tank. But these guards, they've been pulling all day. You wonder how much they have left in the tank as well. They're not used to doing this much running around.
Yeah.
But the offensive coordinator, he doesn't care. He says, if you don't get the job done, sit on the bench and I'll find someone who will.
And he may not be using as much energy as he's trailing these guards as they're pulling,
Yeah.
you know, and being very patient in the run game here. There he is in the backfield along with the fullback, Tommy Boy. 4-2 nickel is Vancouver. I mean, the offensive line is loaded. Another handoff here to Johnson, and Johnson's going to be tackled right at the line of scrimmage.
Nothing doing at that point, but at this point, LA, they're just going to hand it off to Robert Johnson until it's 4th down. If they're unable to convert and kick this field goal and just increase this lead as the clock winds down.
If I'm not mistaken, Vancouver uses the 4-2 nickel as their base defense. What's probably the best way to attack that? Go heavy run.
And it takes patience to do it. Not a lot of coordinators have that kind of patience, but perhaps they saw something on film coming into this week.
When you have a back like this, why not? There's a handoff here to Johnson again. Johnson's right at the line of scrimmage. Tackle.
256 yards rushing.
That's the 2-minute warning, everybody. We're going to go to a break. You're watching Simulation Football League presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. Be right back. Everyone, welcome back to the Simulation Football League presented by APM Music. Here in the fourth quarter, 2-minute warning. The Lycans are up 44-24 on the Legion, and Robert Johnson is hitting the backfield for a 1-yard loss.
Vancouver's gonna call that first time out with $1:58 to play.
But at this moment, do you even call it, or do you just are you? I mean, is it meaningful, or are you calling it to basically stop the clock on your end so that you can have time to at least travel down and get a score in? Because you're not going to score 20 points.
As a coach and a trainer, you teach your guys never to quit, never to give up, despite the odds.
Here is a 32-yard attempt field goal. There's the snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it's good. 32 yards right down the middle. Let's check in with Commissioner Irvine and what's going on around the league back at SFL Studios.
Thanks, Damon. This was the final play of the DC Louisiana game. Drama in Houma.
Yeah, Cam, it wasn't aesthetically pleasing for Louisiana today, but a late sack here on a Hail Mary attempt close out the victory. 3 Otis Boudreaux field goals, a touchdown run from Reggie Streeter. Louisiana with their second win in a row.
They're 2-3. DC now 2-3 as well. Back to LA.
Eddie, here's a return here by Dean Maddox. Maddox down to the 24.
Warmed by a host of Lycans. Vancouver not giving up. They have 2 timeouts to work with, trying to make a miracle happen.
Here's trips here to the right of Tom Pepper. Robert Redford in the backfield. Pepper calling the signal. Now that is a quick step. What a dart to Kendra Hall on that reception. Here's Pepper once again. Same play. Throws it to Hall once more. They're going to go no huddle offense again.
They need to work the sidelines here, Damon.
You're absolutely right, Gage. 1 minute and 27 seconds. Pepper dumps it off here to Redford. Will he get out of bounds? Breaks the tackle. Spin move inside. Picks up the first down. The clock is still running. They got to run back to the line of scrimmage. Do you spike it here, or do you just continue to go with the play?
I'm going to keep going.
Pepper. 2-step drop. He's hit.
Oh,
goes up a lot. That pass is almost caught, but incomplete.
Had he not been hit, they may have been a completion.
We're going to take a commercial break. You're watching Simulationfl Saturday Showcase presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. Everyone, welcome back to the Simulation Football League presented by APM Music on Next Level Sports. That pass is attempted to Brett Killian, but deflected away by the defense of the Lycans. That is Scott on that deflection.
Easy to play defense when you know the offense has to get the ball downfield in a hurry. They're just sitting back there in the zone and waiting for the ball to come because they know it's coming to them.
And Mike Scott had his head on a swivel out there.
Okay.
Kendra Hall to the top of the field. Brett Killian to the bottom. 5 wide receiver set. Gun tray open. I would call 50XA post here. There's an encroachment. There's a man down the field. Oh, Brett Killian dropped it.
He sure did. He had that ball in his hands and dropped it. Wow. Not what Tom Pepper needed this moment. I mean, it's going to be a free play, 5 yards for the offense, but they rather have that big play downfield.
Yeah, there was a receiver open to the top of the field too, Eddie, on a deep post route. I think I would have went that way because there was 2 guys in the vicinity of Brett Killian. Kendra Hall, 6 targets, 6 receptions.
And up close, watch for the corner route.
Kendra's to the top.
Oh, they went away from it.
Picks up the first down. Does the clock stop? And it does. 54 seconds left.
Tom decides to audible there. Corners were playing up close.
First and 10.
54 seconds remain in this ball game. Trips to the top of the screen.
The defense, you're right. There is trips to the top. Robert Redford in the backfield by himself. 2-step drop here by Pepper. Dumps it off here to Redford. Juke move makes a man miss. Broke his ankles on the spot.
Unable to get out of bounds, though.
They're going no huddle. 40 seconds exactly. Tom Pepper is taking way too long. Out route to the top of the field.
Out of bounds.
As it's caught. Makes the completion out to the 16. Out of bounds. Stops the clock. On that reception, Chris Curtis.
Yeah, we haven't caught his name at all today. I don't think either, Damon.
I think that's his second reception.
It is. Second reception on 4 attempts for 25 yards.
Let's go. First and 10 from 16-yard line.
First and 10 at LA 16. 34 seconds left on the clock. Tom Pepper in the shotgun. There's a snap. Pepper going through progression. Big arm. Touchdown. No, they say incomplete.
No, it's incomplete. He's out of bounds. And that's unfortunate because he was actually open about maybe a half second before that. But for whatever reason, Tom waited to throw the ball to him. He had a receiver open. He should have threw it to him about a second earlier.
Yeah, that was Dan Daly, the target. Couldn't come away with that one. But, man, this Lycans team looks outstanding from the first 3 games of the season. Here's doubles out of shotgun down to Brett Killian. He makes that reception, and Vancouver calls their second timeout.
He was almost better off not catching that ball at all. It's only a 2-yard pickup, and he's forced to burn a timeout. Not that it matters, but just for the
Don't forget
just given the
games coming
situation.
up. More games coming up today. The Sparrows in the Lone Star Glory. Sparrows of Sioux Falls. 5 wide receiver set, 90-yard slants. That pass is almost intercepted.
The Brickashaw Ferguson.
By the non-contract player, yeah.
The Brickashaw. You know, just looking at that name, you wonder, he could have been raised in a 2-parent household because there's no way 2 parents would sign off on that name, the Brickashaw. Must be in a single-family home.
Tom Pepper in the shotgun, 5 wide receivers. There's a 90-yard slants play here. That pass is deflected away. That stops the clock at 18 seconds left. No, that was on 4th down. LA gets the ball back.
Right.
Vancouver does have a timeout here.
At this point, you just walk off the field and say good game.
Yeah, I agree with you.
LA is going to bring the home fans home happy. Shocking SFL Nation and who you got poll, Damon.
Yeah. Outstanding defense here by LA today, and that's the last and final timeout by the Legion. And LA is going to walk out of here with a victory. 47-24. I mean, this is great defense here that they put on. I mean, a great display of defense, should I say, that they put on tonight, this afternoon. Because as we spoke earlier, I mean, Vancouver averages around mid 35 points a game or so, you know, and stopping this team is not easy.
It's not. And if you look at that who you got poll, Vancouver led it 70-25, and our deputy commissioner already put the X mark by it, indicating that he predicted Vancouver to win this ball game.
That's the end of the ball game, people. LA is your winner. 47-24. The Lycans come up big. What a shocker here in week 5 of the SFL. Look at these yards. I mean, pretty balanced day for LA, Eddie.
Absolutely. We talked about it pregame. They want to keep the ball out of Tom Pepper's hands and keep him on the sidelines. He had 50 pass attempts last week, and Robert Redford had 23 rushing attempts. 73 total plays last week. Well, they decided to take the ball out of his hands with a ball control offense. They came in with a game plan, including that I-low formation with not a single receiver on the field, and going to run that strong power I until Vancouver proved they could stop it. They never could prove to do so defensively, and they just kept running it until their running back was just exhausted. But they come away with the victory, and, you know, like we said, just keeping Tom off the field. I mean, despite the fact that he had 50 pass attempts last week, he had 39 today, which is a lot. But it's 11 less than he had last week, and the work he got, most of that was late in the second half when the game was all but over anyway.
I love the quote in the chat by Dave Burke. The moon has risen for these lights. And tell the beat writers that you can have it. Wow, what a quote. And I mean, it's fitting. It's because you look at this team, man, they were blown away by Baltimore in week 1.
Yeah.
You know, struggled in week 2 and 3.
And then that former coach came online and was talking about them and, you know, saying negative things about them in chat, and here they are, and they come out here and they beat the 3-1 Vancouver Legion.
Yeah,
impressive performance by this coaching staff.
As we stated, which is no slouch. There's Buddy Blaze 2 weeks with 6 picks. Yeah. I mean, with pick 6. My goodness, what an outstanding player there. This what a game. You know, as we were stating, you know, what this team went through the first couple of weeks, you know, coaching issues and so forth. And their core group, you know, got together and say, hey, we're not going to allow this to define who we are. We're going to bounce back. We're going to come back with a vengeance. Player of the game.
And that they did.
Robert
Johnson, player of the game.
Rojo is what they call him in LA in the locker room. Robert Johnson. Hey, everybody. I was your play-by-play commentator, Damon Simeon, with my main man. You gonna say your name?
Eddie Gage.
Mr. Two Scoops himself. Go ahead and send us out with your quote.
Thanks for coming, everybody. Good night. Drive home safely.
See you when we see you. Peace.